Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are true and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. With an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The gambling and sports saga continues this week, with the NBA asking for multiple teams to turn over documents and cell phones to the league, including the Lakers. With Damon Jones, former NBA player and LeBron James shooting coach, one of the key figures in the federal investigation, it is only a matter of time until this takes a star turn, with Commissioner Adam Silver playing catch-up after last week's federal indictments. And Shedeur Sanders made his NFL debut on Sunday after Browns starting QB Dillon Gabriel suffered a concussion in their Week 11 game versus the Steelers. Well, despite being given a lead and a chance to succeed, Shedeur did exactly the opposite of that, having a stink bomb performance for the ages, blowing the game to the Mason Rudolph-led Steelers. What excuses will the Sanders apologists have now? And before we whip around the rest of the NFL coverage for Week 11 and dial it up all the way to 11, we will dive deep on Aaron Judge's AL MVP win over Cal Raleigh on another fully loaded, action-packed, live Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mavs.
They're going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point,
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette.
Jabba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-hosts, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Executive producer is Aaron Fishman. You just heard him on our little take in the beginning. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poops, and he takes it up the poop chute. I don't know if he does that, but, it might be. I have no idea. We'll see. Maybe a little bit later in the show, Speedy can find out. Anyways, you can find us by going to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It's been a crazy one. It really has been. And for all the fans out there that are probably wondering, where have I been? Well, this weekend's been a crazy, crazy one. The weather has been back and forth. It's been, I would say, in the 30s and the 40s. And everybody asks me, well, what is New York weather right now? And it's hard to tell because there is no humidity. There's no more animals or insects ribbiting and whatever the sounds that they make out there. It's not like that anymore. And I know what you're going to say, ribbiting is frogs, but they make these animals make these weird sounds outside. There's no more birds chirping. There's none of that. It's usually quiet. You could start seeing the smoke come out of your mouth, which means it's getting to that winter time. And you hear a lot of ambulance and cops around. For some reason, when it gets cold, there's more crime. Or maybe there's just people that can't drive. Nevertheless, it's been a crazy, crazy weekend for me, as everybody knows. Anybody who knows my private life, you know that I try to handle stress a little bit better than most, but sometimes it's very hard to keep it away. But nevertheless, I don't want to get too deep into my life. Jabba, how was your weekend?
That was good. It was good. We had some really, really nice weather here. So it's November golf here in Nebraska. So anytime you can get out, it's a bonus for us because you never know. We could have 6 feet of snow tomorrow. But no, it was nice. Got a lot of stuff done. Had a great family dinner with Carter and did all that stuff. Got him back to school before they get all their break stuff. He's got one more week, then comes home and then goes back for finals. And then he's back for 2 months, I think. So, but yeah, other than that, it was nice to open the windows for probably last time. It was still like 60, but it was like dreary today. So it's supposed to be decent weather, but it's, I think the good weather's, hit the road.
Yeah. Well, I like this weather. To me, this is good weather for me. I know a lot of people wouldn't say that, and a lot of people would probably argue with me that this weather, why would you like the cold weather? Well, it's very simple. When I walk outside and I'm cold, I'll just wear a jacket or wear mittens or whatever the hell I wear. I wear leather jackets, usually half of the...
You wear mittens or gloves?
Gloves, mittens. I mean, because you wear... I wouldn't call them mittens, but it's not every glove. What do they call those gloves? Like the half gloves? They look like mittens. That's what they are. I mean,
the ones where your fingertips are out and then it comes over?
Those are mittens. In my eyes, they're made the same way. That's what they are. I mean, other people would say differently, but they're handmade. And leather, I wear leather gloves, but usually when it gets cold outside, who wants to wear leather gloves? Because so I wear those,
Yeah, serial killers that eat string cheese like you wear leather gloves.
Well, that's true. I mean, obviously, everybody knows that I enjoy that. And a lot of people probably think that I enjoy other things. But I do like to keep my window open at night, especially when it's about, in the 40s or the 50s. But I do like the weather. Other people would beg to differ on the weather or probably argue with me that the weather is not one of those times. And this is football weather. I've seen this. We've seen playoff baseball happen when it's like in their 20s or in the 30s. I've seen snow at this time playing baseball. So a lot of people would question that. But again, I enjoy the winter. I'm not a summer guy, never was. And a lot of people would say they're more summer people. I am not. But
you're a sweater though. Like you sweat, right?
I sweat a lot. I sweat a lot. So I sweat a lot. And anybody that knows me knows that when I go to the gym, especially when I'm doing a workout, if I'm not sweating, I'm not working out. So when I'm doing treadmill work or I'm doing elliptical work or I'm doing the stairs, I'm sweating my butt off. I said it last week. I get swamp ass. If I don't get swamp ass or there's no sweat dripping down my back, I'm not getting a real workout in. And I do a lot of push-ups too. So when I'm in the gym, I'm doing at least 500 to 600 push-ups after my workout, during my workouts. And even after my workout, I'll do 100, 150 before I walk out of the gym after my elliptical workout or, my cardio. So I really am intense when I get into the gym. Other people are different, and other people would argue with me. You don't want to go too deep into every single day's workouts, but I do cardio every day now, and every other day I'm doing my workout. So I'll do cardio and my workout. So a workout would take an hour in the gym, and then adding the cardio, it's usually a half an hour, 45 minutes, depending on the day and how I feel and how much cardio I want to do. But I don't go over 45 minutes because any more than 45 minutes is beating my body and I'm drained after that. And I'm trying to intake at least a half a gallon of water when I'm doing my workouts in the gym. So it's an intense workout. A lot of people watching me, they wonder, why do I beat my body up the way I do? And even now, I don't do pull-ups anymore because pull-ups put a lot of strain on your shoulders and your cuff. And I don't want that because as you get older, your body starts to break down. And one of the first things that break down in your body is your shoulders. So I don't want to beat up my shoulders any more than I have to when I'm doing a chest workout or I'm doing dumbbells or any of that. So and especially when you're putting a lot of stress on your shoulders when you're doing those push-ups, 3,000 push-ups every single week, 12,000 push-ups every single month is a lot. It's intense. So a lot of people would tell me that I'm out of my mind on the amount of push-ups, but Herschel Walker, if you read his book and you know anything about his workouts, he still to this day does 3,000, sometimes 4,000 push-ups a week. So it says a lot about who he is. And Herschel Walker's, he's got to be in his 60s now. So the intense workouts that he puts in, the calisthenic workouts that he puts in at home and in the gym is incredible. That guy's physique is one of the most ridiculous physiques I've ever seen. Terrell Owens too. He does a lot of cardio and he does a lot of calisthenic workouts. And look at Terrell Owens. I mean, he still runs, what does he run, a 40 and like 4.4? I think he did it last year. He ran Tyreek Hill and Chad Ochocinco. They all raced. And I think it was a 4.4, 4.5 that he ran. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And he's like 50, isn't he? 51?
Yeah. He's getting up there in age, but he still can do that work, man. I got to give T.O. a little bit more credit. He is a workout machine. He knows what he's doing. And I got a lot of respect for him because the guy's incredibly built. And I don't care what anybody says. He did steroids when he played. I don't know what I believe, but what I do know is I can never forget what Terrell was doing at the end of his driveway when the media was trying to come up there and ask him questions. He was doing sit-ups at the end of his driveway. So Terrell Owens is an interesting cat. There's no doubt about it. I have a lot of respect for him. And when he went to the Eagles to play with my favorite player, Donovan McNabb, I was so excited about the type of player he was going and a type of game he was going to bring to the Eagles. Unfortunately, they never got over the hump. They could not beat the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl, even with a broken leg. But Terrell Owens had a sensational game. And I remember the buildup of that, the 2 weeks that he was just trying to get ready. Has anybody seen a player go into a Super Bowl or even a big game and play with a broken leg when you're playing a major position, a wide receiver position, and almost have, I think he did break 100 yards in that game. I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. But he had a sensational game when that Super Bowl against the Patriots. It wasn't because of Terrell Owens on why they didn't beat the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. So, and that was an Andy Reid team who fell short again. So Andy Reid, who's now been one of the more successful coaches in the NFL after going to Kansas City and drafting Patrick Mahomes and building that defense and bringing in Spagnuolo. Now, I think it's all forgotten of what Andy Reid did before he went to Kansas City and his great career over there with the Eagles and some of the great drafts. If you look at some of the picks that he had over the years, Shady is one of my favorite players, Shady McCoy. Yeah, he's got his own podcast. I disagree with a lot of things that he is doing when it comes to his takes with the guys that he has on a show. But I love Shady. I love what he does. And I love his persistence as a football player, as a running back for the Philadelphia Eagles. So you can't forget about that. But speaking of not forgetting, a guy that we've had on the show before, and now coming on again, we are going to be talking to former Pelicans front office executive, president of and scout of Central. We're going to have Dan Purcell on the show. I remember when he came on the show. Now it came to me. We were speaking about many different players, and I think John Morant was one of the guys that we were speaking about at the time. And Dan had his own take on it, and I'm sure Dan has his take on scouting for college basketball. And it's an interesting jump from being an executive for an NBA team and now going to be a scout for college basketball. So interesting. And I'm excited to get Dan back on the show because he's a unique individual, who has a lot to give and information when it comes to basketball. So we'll get into that when he gets on the show. The Athletic reported on Saturday that the NBA asked multiple teams, including the Lakers, to turn over cell phones and other documents and devices in connections with the ongoing gambling investigation. The NBA is investigating phone records from 10 different Laker employees, including LeBron James, former shooting coach, and former teammate Damon Jones, who had a special access to the Lakers and was indicted last week by the FBI. I'm trying to bring this down over here because there's a lot to bring to the table. 2 other Laker employees are being investigated, also have close ties with LeBron and have known him for 2 decades. This doesn't include Maverick Carter. What is this? Maverick Carter, who has acknowledged offshore betting with bookies on the NBA and the NFL back in 2023, but was not charged in the separate case. Reports also reveal an unnamed starting player of the Orlando Magic disclosed information about the team resting starters to a bettor in April of 2023. Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue has also been reportedly connected to the betting charges that both Damon Jones and Chauncey Billups were involved back in 2019, but no charges against him have come out as of yet. The Lakers, Heat, Maverick, and Cavaliers were confirmed to have their phones investigated, but more are expected to be revealed soon, according to the NBA sources. And gambling saga in pro sports continues. Well, we had Tim Donaghy on the show, and he had his own thoughts with obviously the NBA and the takes of Chauncey Billups and Jones and Terry Rozier. And obviously you're hearing nobody speak about Terry Rozier right now. And you heard that Tim said that Terry Rozier, out of all the guys that have been brought to the attention of these betting scandals, are the one that he believes is going to get the hammer dropped on him more than the other guys. But when you see the thought of Jones being brought to the table with LeBron James, and it was brought to everybody's attention at that with the conversation with Tim Donaghy on LeBron James, and maybe LeBron James being implemented or implicated in this source, nobody wanted to talk about it because there was no guarantees and no information brought to anybody's attention that LeBron James was involved with it. Everybody knew that Jones and LeBron are very, very close. They played with one another, and they know each other very, very well. As a matter of fact, LeBron James and Jones, I think Jones was at LeBron James's wedding. I don't know if he was a part of the wedding party, but he was very, very close with LeBron James over the years, playing obviously with the Cavaliers, the Heat, and the Lakers. LeBron James is probably been the biggest superstar since Michael Jordan. And he's even bigger and more known of a superstar than Kobe Bryant was. And that's not taking anything away from who Kobe Bryant is and how great Kobe was as a player and really a face of the NBA. But LeBron James has always been compared to Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan and LeBron James, you can argue, are the 2 greatest basketball players to ever play the game. And when you think about this story and LeBron James being a part of it, Are we going to be surprised if something comes out that LeBron knew something or was a part of this sports scandal? No, because I believe that if LeBron was involved with it, LeBron, as we've seen Ohtani, as we've seen a lot of big names being brought to the forefront, have been hidden. I think the NBA knows that LeBron James has been a big part of the growth of the NBA internationally, especially with the shoe deals that he has brought to the forefront since he's come into the league, the money that he's brought in so many different areas, not just with the NBA, but on the back end with the different foundations that he's worked with and all the things that he has done with the movie business and his production company. Nobody wants to hear LeBron James's name being brought into anything when it comes to sports gambling, because if it is true, and the NBA over the last couple of years, I do believe Adam Silver knew what was going on, but really didn't do anything about it. If it was David Stern, it would be different. You heard Tim. Tim said that David Stern was a drill sergeant. The guy wanted to know more than the FBI knew when that story came out with Tim Donaghy. And he wanted to make sure that he pinned it on somebody, and Tim was the guy that he pinned it on. I don't know if you can pin this story on just one person, especially when there's different scandals. It's not just one. It's like 3 or 4. You got, Chauncey Billups with the glasses and the different games that he was, a part of. And then there was the point shaving, Terry Rozier, and then Jones, and Jones being a part of all the other stuff that was involved in the back end and the back turns of this scandal. There's just so much involved with this scandal. It's a lot worse than Tim Donaghy, because Tim Donaghy was, and I know the mafia was a part of that situation, but it was one mafia organization. It was the Gambino family. Now you have 4 families involved with it. You have different scandals, different things, so many different things that are being brought to the forefront by the FBI. The FBI has not really come out with all the information they have because they want to keep it closer to their chest, because they're doing their investigation. And now you're hearing other teams being a part of it, as we all see: the Lakers, the Heat, the Magic, and the Cavaliers. What's next? What is the NBA going to draw up when it comes to these scandals? And how is it going to be protected by not just the NBA brand, but where the FBI wants to go with this? The FBI can torch the NBA. They can torch the NBA right now. Is the FBI going to be paid off? Now, again, a lot of people are going to listen to the show and say, how could you say that? How could you talk about our federal bureau and what they're all about and protecting our country and our civilian lives? The fact here is, we can go back to the Ohtani situation. How do you investigate a 5 to 7 year investigation of sports betting and sports gambling with multiple people? It wasn't just his interpreter. There were other people involved with it. And not understand that there were millions and millions of dollars lost, and Ohtani not knowing or not pinpointing where that money was going. Now, again, innocent until proven guilty, as Jabba would say. So he doesn't want to believe that Ohtani knew? Fine. There was no proven fact that Ohtani knew? Fine. But here's the fact here. That how do you investigate something that's been around for 7 years and really push it to the side after 2 weeks of an investigation? You can't. And now the NBA is figuring out that the FBI is not going away. As a matter of fact, the FBI is going to go after some of their bigger stars. If LeBron James is brought to this forefront and the FBI wants to drop the hammer on the NBA, why not go after their biggest superstar? Why not go after the guy that's taken the last 22, 25 years of the NBA and put it on his shoulders? Because that's what LeBron is. LeBron, say whatever you want. You want to hate LeBron James? Say whatever you want. He has broken almost every single NBA record. Think about that. He's been everything to the NBA and more than when he came out of high school and everybody was calling him the king. And we've seen this many, many times. How many players that we've seen come out of high school where everybody thought that this guy was going to be the biggest thing since sliced bread, or this female was going to be the biggest thing than sliced bread, and never really amounted to anything. Now you have LeBron James. LeBron James, everything he touches has turned to gold. Say whatever you want. He's a multi-billionaire. He's the first player in the 4 professional sports that became a billionaire before he retired. Think about it. Tiger Woods did, but Tiger Woods plays golf. Golf is not considered the 4 big sports. Here in the United States, it is, I'll put it in order: football, basketball, baseball, hockey. Those are the 4 biggest sports here in the States. And the fact here is basketball is the second out of all of them. And as far as the stars are concerned, basketball has the biggest stars. You go on social media right now and you go up and down the most followed players in professional sports. I would tell you at least 7 out of the 10 are basketball players here in the States. Here in the States. Now, Messi is considered in the States, so if you want to consider him here in the States, then maybe 6, okay? Basketball has been the most gravitating sport here in America because of the players, because of fantasy sports. Steph Curry, everybody loves him. I'm not one of them, but everybody loves him. And why do they love him? Because he stands for something. He's a
There's
little.
only one basketball player, by the way.
I'm sorry?
There's only one basketball player.
What, on the list here in America? Okay. Well, it was last year. There were 6. Whatever. Who's on the list right now?
LeBron.
But who's on the list right now? You said on the top
Are
10.
Are you talking top 10? Like, are you just using Instagram or are you using all social media platforms?
All social medias, all together.
Oh, he's not even in the top 5.
On all the social media here in America. I'm not talking about here playing American sports in America, not foreigner, not nationally, because you could go to soccer. There's all different sports all around the world that is followed in here in America. If you're looking at the following, maybe you guys can look it up. I don't know. When we talked about this last year, there was like 7. I remember when Fish started with us, there were 7 guys on the list out of the 10 here in America on follows.
The top 5 is LeBron is the only basketball player. There's football is Kelsey and Mahomes.
On all the social medias, from Instagram, Twitter, all of them. Got it. All right.
That's it, but that's Instagram worldwide. And then
no, I'm talking about Instagram, Twitter, all of them together, to TikToks, everything. I remember when Fish looked it up last year. I don't know what. I haven't really looked it up over the past year, but when we looked it up, I think it was a year ago. I think it was one of Fish's first shows. And we were talking about it, who's the most followed on social media. I think 5 or 6, it might even be 7 of the top followers are, and Speedy, that's something you should be looking up right now. And same thing with you, Tommy. The followers were basketball players. But nevertheless, I don't really care. The fact here is the NBA has these superstars are very much being followed by the young fans. And again, LeBron James has been the face of basketball. And now with this betting scandal and the thought of the betting scandal and what the NBA has not done over the years is really come out there and drop the hammer on the players. LeBron has been running the league. I call it the LJ because it's not hidden. There's nothing to be hidden on this. LeBron James always gets what he wants. I don't think it's a coinky-dink that Luka Doncic is a Laker, and I honestly don't believe that the NBA had nothing to do with it. I think the NBA controls where and who goes where in the draft, and I also believe that the NBA understands what is going to be brought to the forefront with sports betting. Adam Silver was one of the first commissioners that came out that he thought sports betting would be bad for sports. He was the first commissioner to come out and say that it shouldn't be legalized throughout the states. Then when the money was starting to come in and the NBA was bringing in a significant amount of money, Adam Silver shook it off and kind of like brushed it under the rug. And now you're talking about, and again, you're talking about where the NBA is at right now. And the NBA is really, they have to figure out where this league is going to go if this story does come out and does have legs. And it's not just LeBron. If LeBron James is being brought into this, there's other big name players involved with it. LeBron is friends with everybody. You're talking about, and I'm not mentioning names and saying that they're a part of it, but Carmelo Anthony is a very close friend with LeBron James. He's got a big podcast. Dwayne Wade, Chris Paul. These guys have been the faces of the NBA. You've seen them at the ESPY Awards when they're speaking about all the different things that are going on in the world, the political world that they talk about. They all have their own podcasts. Every single one of them are on a podcast now. LeBron with Steve Nash. Carmelo has his Brooklyn, or 7th to Brooklyn. Everybody's got a podcast. They're bringing in advertisements, money, and then you talk about sports betting. I think that DraftKings and FanDuel are all a part of their shows. They all are sponsored by FanDuel and DraftKings. So you see how big sports betting is getting. And now we're talking about, it's not like it was when Tim Donaghy was involved with it, because sports betting obviously was illegal at the time, but it was illegal on facets of the board. There was no, at the time, fantasy sports was just growing. Now it's everywhere. Fantasy sports is everywhere now. You could do anything with fantasy sports. You could play fantasy sports with ping pong now. I mean, there's fantasy sports with soccer and European football. And there's everything. And there's so much money to be made. And now you're talking about the fact where the NBA is. The NBA is behind everything. All this scandals that we're seeing now, and it all started this year or last year with the Ohtani thing. Now the NBA has been a part of everything. Everything that has gone on with this gambling situation has turned to the NBA. There was a little dash of football players. Who was the wide receiver got in trouble with gambling?
Ridley.
Ridley was a part of the gambling. He got suspended for what? 4 games, 5 games? I don't know what the number was. Speedy, you could look that up too.
I think it was partially at the end of the season. It was the rest of the season. I think it ended up extending to 12 games.
There were a couple of players being caught with certain gambling situations with the NFL, but nothing like this. This is really, really bad. And when you have the FBI involved with it and they're digging deeper, and they're going and they're investigating not just the NBA, but they're investigating former players that might have been a part of this scandal. I mean, we've heard Kevin Garnett's name being brought to the forefront. I've heard Paul Pierce's name being brought to the forefront. So, and we've heard how many times Antoine Walker say that he lost all his money, became broke because of betting and going to the casinos. Players, and again, going back to the NBA or just professional athletes, when you're making millions and millions of dollars, okay. And I've never made millions and millions of dollars. So I don't know what it's like to have, being presented a $10 million contract or a $15 million contract, or how about a $40 million contract? Never have. Jabba has, Nick Goody has, that have been on the show. I have never seen that kind of money being handed to me. Hopefully one day I will. And you wonder, these kids, a lot of these kids come from nothing. They come from the mean streets of LA, the mean streets of Florida. I mean, they were brought up in places that their families had nothing. They were living on food stamps. Look at Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor was on food stamps. He was a plumber. He was an assistant plumber at one point before he started fighting in different fights in Ireland. And then finally moved up, and the UFC saw him. And then he signed a contract with the UFC, and then opened his mouth and used his personality to make him millions and millions of dollars, and eventually fought Floyd Mayweather and made the most money, and then turned that into whiskey, which he sold for $500 million. I mean, it's everybody's dream to be a multi-millionaire, but how many people become that? Now more now than it ever has been. Now it's hard. Now everybody wants to be a billionaire. But the fact here is, think about it. These guys, Jones made millions of dollars. I don't know if Lou's involved with it. LeBron James has made billions of dollars. Why would you put your name involved with a gambling situation where you're making $50,000, $100,000 here? That's chump change for the amount of money that you're bringing in through your contracts, through endorsements. Why would you do that? Why would you put yourself and your family at risk to lose everything? And now you're thinking about LeBron James, I don't know if LeBron James is involved with it. And obviously, if the FBI is going over there and investigating Lakers, it's not just LeBron James. It could be executives. It could be ownership. It could be a ton of people involved with it. And LeBron's just a name because it's LeBron James. And maybe LeBron James, out of all of the guys or the gals that are involved with it, maybe he's the least involved with this. And until
do you think they use LeBron's name as like people call clickbait, to where now it's like, oh shoot, like if they're men, like you said, maybe they're just ploying and be like to use his name, and they're like, oh crap, maybe if he's in, like, this will kind of get people to rat on somebody else, so they can like take a plea or whatever, if it really truly genuinely as deep as it is. Like, hey, let's use the biggest name that we have, and then maybe we can weed some and find out if there's more to this than what's just being read or what's
where it's being presented. And again, maybe Jones takes responsibility for it because LeBron James's name is going to be brought into it. Think about it. Ohtani's name was being brought into it, and who took the responsibility to pretty much put it all on himself? It was Ohtani's interpreter. Now, again, Ohtani is a superstar. He's an international phenom. Everybody loves the guy. His jersey is the biggest jersey sold in professional baseball, one of the biggest in all of sports. I was the other day, I saw Lamar Jackson walking on the bus with an Ohtani jersey. So, and we've seen Ohtani wear a Lamar Jackson jersey. So the transition of sports and how many fans and how these players are become fans of the opposite sports. So again, you're right, Jabba. It could. And if LeBron James is being brought to the forefront of this story, and maybe there's more in depth of information that the FBI is investigating, and if they investigated even deeper, maybe somebody takes responsibility for it. Maybe they try to pull it away from LeBron James. And that's what the league is probably going to do. Who would want to see LeBron James get arrested? LeBron James, who's broken, and maybe at one point, if he plays another 2 or 3 years, have every single NBA record. He has been the longevity. He has been the super of superstars in professional sports. We talk about Tom Brady and how long Tom Brady played football. Think about it. The amount of torque you put on your knees and your ankles, and this is a 6'8", 250-pound behemoth. This is a man. This is not a man. This is like a machine that goes up and down a basketball court. He plays averages 67, 68 games in a season. He puts all that torque on his body, and he's still playing at the top of his game. He's still going to average between 25 and 8 and 7. I mean, think about that. And we watch this guy get arrested for sports gambling, that he is a part of this ring, might be the face of this ring or one of the big names of this ring. Could you imagine what the NBA is going to feel if that happens? The amount of torque that the NBA is going to have, the excuses that Adam Silver is going to have to make. You want to talk about a guy that's going to step down? If this is true, and LeBron James is involved with this scandal, and the FBI investigates it and finds his name to be one of the big names involved with this, you're talking about Adam Silver stepping down. Every single, you talk about the Lakers. Maybe there's a reason why the Buss family sold their team. Think about it. They would never. Think about it. I mean, I'm not a Lakers fan, but there are a million Laker fans. And Dr. Buss built that industry, really built the NBA industry, brought in, we talk about what Jerry Jones did for football. Dr. Buss did it for basketball. Think about it. Anybody check out the Laker dynasty? Go check it out. I think it's on Prime. You can check it out. It's a whole story of when Dr. Buss took over the team and changed the league and brought the perception of what entertainment is for basketball, brought in Magic Johnson. Why did he bring in Magic Johnson? Because Magic Johnson had that flair. It wasn't, Larry Bird was different than Magic Johnson. You know, Larry Bird was the quiet assassin, and Magic Johnson was the party smiling animal. And Dr. Buss used to go to parties with him. And a lot of people believe Magic was as big a party animal as Wilt Chamberlain. Who do you think was partying with Magic Johnson? It was Dr. Buss. But why did they sell the team? You're talking about an industry that needed the Buss family. That the Buss family was everything to the industry. And then all of a sudden, within a year, they sold the team for, what was it, $10 billion?
And Magic Johnson's part of that ownership group. Look at that.
$10 billion.
Coincidence?
Think about it. And now all of a sudden this story comes out. And this story, guys, this didn't happen overnight. This has been going on for years. Think about it. And again, I'm not throwing out assumptions. I'm looking at it a different way than other analysts or other sports radio show hosts are going to look at it. I don't think it's a coinky-dink, okay? I think there's always something behind that specific thing that has happened. We go back in time. Every decade changes a sport. If we go back in baseball, what changed baseball? It was the strike. And from the strike, the Expos moved on, and then steroids came to the forefront. And without steroids, I don't think baseball would be here today. I don't think baseball would be at the top of its game again if it wasn't for steroids. Say whatever you want. Bud Selig could say whatever he wants. Bud Selig was behind the steroid situation. Think about it. Every decade has its transition. We were talking about the commissioners last week. We talked about Goodell when he took over the team, when he took over the NFL and how the NFL transitioned from where Paul Tagliabue was running the league from 1989 to 2000. What was it? 2006. And then when Goodell took over, he transitioned the sport, brought a different style of game to the forefront, made it more offensively sound, made the game more to the fantasy world. Why do you think he made it more to the fantasy world? Because he knew the transition of the sport, where the sport was going when it came to gambling. And fantasy, people, quote unquote, don't think it's gambling. It's absolutely gambling. Fantasy sports is gambling. Say whatever you want. It was legal gambling. You don't look at it that way. I mean, Fish has been gambling baseball for how many years? Since he was in high school, because it's been around from then. I mean, and now you look at it, you watch 100. Who wants to watch 162 games? The gambler, the fantasy baseball fan, because they've got teams. They're setting up their teams. It's all about money. It's about profiting. What do you think this scandal's about? It's about profiting. You're going to tell me that if LeBron James's hands are digged into the cookie jar, that the NBA didn't know about it? Of course they knew about it. Of course they did. Why would anybody believe that they didn't? And that's the problem right now in professional sports. Say whatever you want. You say that sports betting is legal. All right. Why has sports been illegal over the years on betting? Now they're saying, well, you can bet on sports if you're an athlete. You just can't bet on your own. How does that make sense? I mean, think about it. If it's going on in every single sport, what is the difference if they're betting on their own? I don't get it. And that's why in professional sports and going back in time, sports betting was never legal. So if it's never been legal, it should have never been legalized when it comes to these prop betting. And again, we'll go back on it. We can argue this. Well, how do we figure out? And I talked to Jeff about this recently. Jeff from Tampa, and he kind of came up with his take on it. It was very interesting. And if I could get Jeff to come on the show one of these days, he made some great points on if he was the commissioner of sports, this is what he would do when it came to sports betting. And it made a lot of sense. And the same thing he said about ownership and the situation with salary cap and deferred money and how it works for the Dodgers and how the MLB can clean up that deferred money situation. He had his own take to it. There's ways of figuring out how to communicate, but communication doesn't happen if the league is trying to cover up on it. And that's what the NBA is doing right now. Trust me, if you think for 1 second Adam Silver is not covering up on what he believes what has been going on for probably a decade, and you think that Chauncey Billups, the FBI has been investigating this for years. It hasn't been going on for a year. It's been going on for 5 years, 6 years. And again, the story hasn't even come to the forefront. I'm sure the FBI is going to come up with a whole list of things that nobody knows about through this scandal. And again, LeBron James is just one pea. He's just one fish, but he's a big fish. And if this fish is going to catch on that fishing pole, and they're going to slowly but surely bring him up to the top so they catch him, if that's true, what is the NBA going to do if that fish gets caught?
Yeah, and I mentioned at the time of the Ohtani scandal that I thought it was always just a smaller piece because Major League Baseball, obviously, it's worldwide, but it's not labeled as a worldwide corporation type thing, where I think you look at something like sports betting and something that's gotten so big internationally as it is. Now LeBron has all these other connections too. LeBron James now with 10 different assistant coaches is what you're looking at now. And he's now connected with all that. Ohtani had the two things. Ohtani had the interpreter. He had one of the other assistant coaches, I think, that was indicted at the time for something. And then there was something with a Las Vegas nightclub. But now all of a sudden you have Ohtani getting away with it, like you said. Damon Jones is how long? We don't know how long he's been doing it, too. Damon Jones has known LeBron since 2010. These other coaches have basically looked at it as they've known him since high school. I think one of them for 20 years. So LeBron has triple the amount of mutual connections Ohtani did. And yes, Adam Silver is going to quote unquote cover it up because, him and LeBron are running the league. We're growing the league, everybody. We're trying to make it the LJA, the player run league. And then all of a sudden, now he's investigating all this. Tyronn Lue, let's not take him lightly either, because Tyronn Lue collected with the Clippers. We know the scandal that was happening with the Clippers with Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard, what they were trying to cover up there too, using money from a company that we don't even know if it actually is real or not to try to make sure Kawhi Leonard got paid and the Clippers didn't go over the luxury tax a lot more. So who says he's not involved? Not to mention, he also coached with somebody named Chauncey Billups who was just caught with a mafia ring. So yeah, I don't think you're going to destroy your reputation, Adam Silver, any more than you already are by just trying to cover it up anymore. And if LeBron is as involved as he is with this, this is going to destroy his entire legacy as a basketball player. Yeah,
he doesn't go to the Hall of Fame.
No, you can't put him there. This is a guy that's letting so many people get away with criminal operation for who knows how long too. Damon Jones started coaching when he was with the Cavs. So that's almost 2 decades if all of this is true. And what Damon Jones was saying, like Donnie was saying too, like, yeah, maybe he had protection with Damon Jones, but LeBron was involved with it. David Stern was involved with it. As he said, worse than any mafia boss. So it's just crazy how long it could go on. This could be 20 years worth.
Yeah, it's all weird to me. I mean, obviously, it's more prevalent now in the mainstream than it used to be. Obviously, everybody back then was calling their bookie or doing whatever, so it's obviously more readily available. But we've talked about it, and you brought it up earlier, Errol. It's kind of like what does this conglomerate that you've already created worth $1 billion, and I'm just using LeBron, but just Damon Jones or Tyronn Lue, like they've made very, very good livings for themselves. I mean, Tyronn's basketball career is famous for getting stepped over by AI and coming from Nebraska as one of the highest draft picks ever. I had to throw that out there because we don't have many basketball ones, so I had to throw that out there.
Sorry, John, you're not going to like what Errol and I think of him as a coach.
No.
Oh, yeah. No, he's doo-doo Magoo, which is fine. I don't care.
That's a good one.
But he's been a coach for a long time. And like, it really, really blows my mind when you get to hear some of these names. Like, why are they even involved in this and the amount of money that they've already made? I get we all like to, have our vices or what have you. But I mean, that's like March Madness. We all do it. There's vices. You put $20 in, $100, whatever it is. But when it gets into this involvement in names like LeBron, it really kind of throws me off. Like maybe some of the lesser names, like some of the guys you just like maybe nickel and dime and cup of coffee guys, like where it's like, boom, this extra 50, 60 grand if I can help and do something in this venture. But not when guys are like, and I'll give you Ohtani in that aspect, where you don't know. And, it's just, it never ceases to amaze me what people will do for the chase. And it's not always good, right? And it's sometimes ends up, and like we talked with Tim, I was like, we asked the question, obviously it's now coming out more and more in every sport. I mean, the only only ones we really don't have. I mean, obviously it's happened in soccer. I mean, now you look at every sport, there's odds on every sport now. Like I mean, you could probably do rock, paper, scissors at this point.
Yep.
So it's really when it's this readily available, and people still use bookies. Don't think they don't, because they do. I know firsthand. Actually, I have a couple buddies that actually do it.
Of course they're not gonna stop.
So it's never gonna end in that way. But like when it comes to these names of guys doing it, it really blows my mind. And if it does go deeper, and like you said, Speedy, if it goes back 15, 20 years, 10 years, whatever the relationship that's been created, and if they've, been in cahoots with each other. I mean, we saw like in this one, I can kind of see the umpire from baseball, him and his buddy ended up getting, caught up, and his name was on the account or what have you. But that's just having a little feel. But yeah, some of these have been drug on for how long? I mean, and now when the FBI gets involved, you're just like, hey, this isn't just the PD. This is like a step above it. So it's kind of interesting. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. I think now it's just like we've said, it's the tip of the iceberg where you only see a little bit of it. I think it's just going to keep coming to the forefront, and we'll see how deep it really goes, or how deep they want to dig, or how many names they want to bury, and how well they are going to try and cover it up.
Well, they're not going to cover it up any more than what they have over the last couple of years, because if anybody thinks that the NBA had no clue what was going on, well, then you guys are on drugs, and maybe you guys are gambling too much, and you've lost the will to understand what's going on in professional sports right now, because we all know it's not going away. And everything that's gone on over the last couple of months, in not just here in basketball, in baseball, mixed martial arts, we're hearing there's been sports betting now and gambling. Do you guys actually think that in just basketball and football and in the major sports, this hasn't been going on? I mean, people are going to bet on the Olympics now. The Olympics are right around the corner. You don't think they're going to be betting on who's going to win speed racing? Who's going to win? Yeah, I mean, everything that's going on right now.
I'm a big fan of curling, so I'm going to bet on that.
I like curling too.
we had. I want to say it was probably 5 or 6 years ago. We had the Olympic qualifying curling in Omaha.
Oh, yeah,
it was awesome.
I
was like, there's no way like this is going to be cool. And one of the dads, it was during basketball season, and one of the dads was we were out playing bags or cornhole, whatever you guys want to call it, and he goes, "Dude, I know I'm going to sound like an idiot.
Was cornhole made in the cornfields? I mean, seriously."
I honestly, I know like the background of it. I know what it is, but I don't know exactly where it was invented. But yeah, it was just it was a redneck throwing it together like as a game. But yeah, no. So he was like, "You're going to think I'm not."
Redneck. I can't. I just said it, but I can't say.
It's a true thing. Like, I mean, it is what it is. It's not. If people take it out of context, I mean, it's a real thing. But he was like, "Dude, the qualifier for the Olympics curling is in Omaha," and I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I want to go," and I was like, "Dude, let's go." And he was really into it, I guess, but he bought like memorabilia and stuff. But seeing it live and like how they like talk about it and like pregame and like strategize, it was super cool. Like the types of shoes are different between the washer and the pusher. Like it's awesome. Like it was really, really cool.
I love curling, watching it on television. I don't know if I'm going to go out of my way and say, "Hey, I want to be a curler. I got to go to Buffalo and curl and learn how to curl," because that's where if you want to go and play, or you want to actually be a part of the United States curling team, you have to go up to Buffalo to be a curler. Because
you can be an Olympic athlete and be a walker.
That's true. I mean, I don't know if that's what I want to do. Does anybody want to walk in like those? What are you, like nets on the bottom of your feet? I've seen that before.
Oh, those like snowshoe sled
thing. I don't know what the hell.
Like there's like walking is in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Well, the winter or in the summer, not the winter one.
Not the Winter Olympics. No.
It's probably the closest thing.
Yeah, I guess.
Before we move on, speaking of what's that one where they have all I know CC did it, but they have all the dogs and they do that stuff. What is that called?
What is it? Snow?
No, it's like the dog, like I did a rod or whatever it is.
Yes,
Oh yeah,
that's it. I did a rod.
I
Never
heard
heard of
that's unbelievable. Side note, sorry. I just had to throw that
We're
out.
not remember that name, but yeah.
I'm not side noting that because I probably would get lost. I couldn't imagine trusting in dogs or wolves to try to get me where I need to be. I mean,
CC
training
did it
now,
and he said it was unbelievable.
I'm sure. I don't know if I would do it, but I'm sure it's incredible. It's an incredible option, incredible opportunity. Speaking of incredible or not incredible, Browns backup quarterback Shedeur Sanders made his NFL debut on Sunday after Dillon Gabriel was ruled out with a concussion in the third quarter of their game versus the one and only Ravens. Sanders was a disaster, completing just 4 of 16 passes for 47 passing yards and an interception and 2 bad sacks. He finished with a passer rating of 13.5, the lowest of any NFL quarterback since, oh, what a name, Brandon Weeden's. I remember him, debut with the Browns in 2012. I think he was like 25, 26.
He was like 28 when he was drafted.
Yeah. Who had
baseball, though.
Yeah. Who had a 5.1 rating. His 25% completion percentage is tied with Terry Bradshaw for third worst in their debut since the NFL merged in 1970. Sanders came into the game with the Browns leading the Ravens, but could not hold it as the Ravens came back to win 23-16 despite poor play of Lamar Jackson, who was only 14 of 25 for 192 yards and 2 interceptions and had only 10 rushing yards. Browns guard Wyatt Teller defended Shedeur, saying he played his heart out despite getting barely any reps with the starters and not knowing many of the audibles. Head coach Kevin Stefanski said that Dillon Gabriel will remain the starter if he is healthy, but Sanders will get first-team reps in practice to get him more chemistry with the starters. Well, there's a lot about this story that kind of makes you think that the Browns really don't like Shedeur Sanders. First thing, I like that Teller came out and stuck up for Shedeur Sanders. I felt bad for Shedeur Sanders. Yes, you heard it from me. I felt bad for Shedeur Sanders at the end of the game. What I don't like about Shedeur Sanders and after the game is Shedeur Sanders not getting up and being a man and going to the middle of the field like any other quarterback, no matter how bad you played, and go to Lamar Jackson, do the handshake. Lamar probably had some nice words to give you, nice choice of words. This is a guy that a lot of people thought was not going to be a good player in the league. I remember when he was drafted in the first round, he was the final pick of the first round. When we talk about the guys that were in that draft, the Josh Rosens, the Josh Allens, how about the Sam Darnolds or the Baker Mayfields? Lamar was the final pick of the first round by the Baltimore Ravens. And honestly, the best quarterback in that class, it's not even an argument when you think about it. But here's the thing. Shedeur Sanders weeping and crying and patting himself on the back after the game saying, this is on me, da-da-da-da. You know, it's always been on you, Shedeur. It's always been on you. Because you played under your father. Your father, who spoke very, very highly of you, that you're going to be a star in the league, that you have the ability to be an elite quarterback in the NFL. And then you play in a game where you took over for Dillon Gabriel. When Dillon Gabriel took the job, you were making jokes. You were cracking jokes. You were throwing him to the media and the wolves. That you thought that you should be the starter. That you have the better talent. That you are as good as any quarterback right now, any rookie quarterback that came out of this draft class. Okay. You had the whole second half to prove that. Did you prove it? No. What you did was you patted yourself on the back at the end of the game, or you put your hands on your head wondering what happened. And then you're hearing that Kevin Stefanski was not really behind you. And obviously that means a lot when your head coach is not behind you. When you're hearing that after the game, that if Dillon Gabriel is healthy, he is going to be the starter. But Shedeur will get the first reps if need be. And I've heard a lot of these analysts come out and say, Rex Ryan came out and said it today, that how do you have a quarterback who's your second string quarterback not play with first team reps? Well, here's my question. If you believe as a head coach, and Rex, I respect you. You were a head coach in this league. You coached the Jets. You coached the Jets to 2 back-to-back AFC championships. If you're not liked by the organization, if you're not liked by the players around you because of who you are and who your father is, why should you get that respect? And here's another thing. Okay, why did they draft him? Anybody would have drafted Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round, being that he had first-round talent. As his father claimed, he was the best player in the class. So taking a shot at Shedeur wasn't because they thought he had anything in him as a player. They took a chance from him because his father said he could be an elite quarterback in the league, and he fell to them in the 5th round. How many 5th-round picks? How many 5th-round picks have we seen over the years become successful in the NFL? The answer is, I can't remember. There is none.
Quarterbacks, or are you just talking about in general?
Quarterbacks. Tom Brady's the only one that pops to my head. And Tom Brady was drafted in the 5th round, right? It was 5th round? 6th round. Tom Brady's the only quarterback, and I'm sorry, Brock Purdy too. Brock Purdy was drafted. He was the final pick of the 7th round a couple of years ago. But Brock Purdy, to me, he only fits the offense because of Kyle Shanahan and the way Kyle Shanahan runs his offense. It's really through the running game. So we all know that maybe if Shedeur Sanders is what was under Kyle Shanahan, maybe that would be different. But he's not. He's under Kevin Stefanski. And Kevin Stefanski is an offensive genius. Anybody that wins 2 coaches of the year with this offense and with a bunch of no-name quarterbacks, and I say no-name because Deshaun Watson is a no-name now. He's a no-show because he never is on the football field. So the fact that Stefanski won Coach of the Year twice in a 5 or 6 year span is pretty incredible on a Browns team that has really an elite defense, but no offense. I look at Sanders, and to me, the players seem to not like him. Teller looks like he's the only player that has any respect for him. And you can see it because when he was sitting on the bench at the end of the game and his hands were on top of his head, wondering what was going on and what was happening, the only person that went up to him was Teller. Nobody else. No coaches, no players, nobody went up to Shedeur Sanders and said, "Don't worry, boy. We got it. You'll be fine next game. You'll be good. Don't worry about it." How many players we see that over the years? Justin Fields. Justin Fields just lost his job today. Tyrod Taylor, every time he stepped off the field, went over there. Justin Fields patted him on the helmet, patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. You'll get him on the next rep. Did you see anybody go up to Shedeur Sanders besides Teller? And all Teller was doing after the end of the game was complaining that, I forget who's offsides, but one of the defensive players at the defensive line of scrimmage was offsides. Who cares? Who cares? You were going to get sacked anyways. The guy has no idea what he's doing, and you can see it. First team or no first team, Shedeur Sanders is a debacle. I feel bad for him because they threw him to the Wolves. The Browns threw him to the Wolves. The Browns knew he wasn't going to be ready for this, and it was just a matter of time. And all the fans, for some reason, he has the 4th sold jerseys right now. I think his jersey is 4th in the NFL in sold. Why? Because he's a Sanders. Did anybody think Shedeur Sanders was going to show up and just absolutely throw 4 touchdowns and just completely dominate after what we have seen and all the stuff that we've seen on and off the field? After the draft, after the first round of the draft, he's rapping in a DJing booth. Come on. Is anybody going to take this guy seriously? And Terry Bradshaw, let's not put him in the same conversation as Terry Bradshaw. Terry Bradshaw won 4 Super Bowls. Do we ever believe that this man is ever going to win one Super Bowl? The answer would be no. Terry Bradshaw could go down as one of the winningest quarterbacks to ever play. Shedeur might go down as one of the biggest flops of all time. Lamar Jackson is the perfect guy to go and speak to. And what did you do? You were weeping on the bench because you didn't know what was going on. You didn't know what was happening. All you needed to do was get up and go meet your peer in the middle of a football field and just have a conversation with him. And all you did after the game to the media, it's on me. It's on me. I need a little bit more work. You need a lot of work, boy. You need a lot of work. Maybe you need to get your dad to come down there and hang out with you. Maybe take you to the Pee Wee Football League to teach you how to throw a football again. Because I don't know about you guys. I can throw a football better than Shedeur Sanders. I mean, come on, guys. I was throwing with my nephew over the weekend. I was throwing better spirals than this guy was. I mean, it's embarrassing. And honestly, I didn't see what...
Is there video evidence of this? Is there video evidence?
I did. I was throwing with my nephew. You don't believe me? I'll bring my nephew on. I absolutely was throwing a football over the week. I can throw a football. I have a pretty good arm. Nevertheless, I can't throw it 60 yards. But again,
are you left-handed or right-handed?
Right-handed. I'm lefty and righty depending on the sport. Hockey, I play lefty and righty. I could score on both righty and lefty. I was very unique because I had two different styles. I had two different sticks depending on the game.
You're amphibious. I mean, ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous, yes, yes. But nevertheless, I in many different ways, if you know what I mean. But
I knew you couldn't get away with that.
Hey, listen, one hand scratches the other, or one nut scratches. I guess I know one hand scratches the nut. I don't know. Anyway,
don't tell Deshaun Watson that.
I definitely don't want him touching my nuts. But to me, the problem here lies on Shedeur. As much as I felt bad for him after the game, because I think the team threw him to the wolves. I think they did. There must be a reason why the team don't like him. It must be a reason why the coaching staff don't like him. There's got to be more than meets the eye here. Because honestly, and that's my new favorite line on his show, there's a lot more to this story than has been brought to the forefront. Why isn't a second-string quarterback getting a chance to play with first-team players? Maybe because they don't think he's any good and he shouldn't even have a chance to step on a football field. I'm not saying that Dillon Gabriel is some game-changing quarterback. I'm not saying that. But, I mean, Dillon Gabriel, on his worst day, looked better than Shedeur Sanders did in the second half. He was horrible. And there's no excuse. Don't give me this, well, the offensive line didn't look like they were playing for him. Or the offensive line didn't know his play calling at the line of scrimmage, or what do they call it? His cadence. Yeah. Oh, they didn't know his cadence. Get out of here. Stop this crap. You're a professional athlete. You're a professional football player. You're going to tell me you're going to bring up his cadence? This is ridiculous. Nobody here today, and honestly, that knows football and understands the quarterback position and gets drafted and says that he's an elite quarterback, he's the best rookie in this class, and he's going to prove it. Nobody's going to believe that when this guy stepped on a football field and the players weren't playing for him, or they didn't know his cadence, honestly believe that this guy thought that this team or the team in front of him was going to play for him. They didn't want to play for him. They don't like him. I don't like him because his father always speaks about him. His father, who honestly didn't do him right. His father throwing him to the NFL Wolves. And I say wolves, not the wolves, the wolves, the media. Because they're not wolves, they're wolves. That's what they are. They'll chew on you until they can't chew anymore. They won't eat you like a wolf will. No, they'll wolf you. They'll eat you and they'll chew on you and they'll spit you out. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're going to do to Shedeur. Shedeur is never going to last in the NFL. You know why he's never going to last in the NFL, ladies and gentlemen? Because of who he is and what he has brought to the forefront as a young player. He is already considered a superstar. Why? Because of the contracts he got considerably because of his last name. Think about it. He just got what was it, $150 million contract from an organization because for his jersey sales? What was it? Does anybody have the number that he got? $147 million he made, and he might never step on an NFL football field. Might never. He did, but he might never. After this year, he might never play football again on an NFL football field. We'll see. This guy just made $147 million because of his last name. Has any player, and let me ask you guys a question. Anybody that's listening to it, and I definitely want to ask Mr. Perella when he comes on the show. I want to ask him because Purcell, I was right about when Dan comes on the show, I want to ask him because he's been around professional athletes for a long, long time. I would love to ask him, has he ever seen a player that's never played or really has never played a full football game in an NFL football game in his career get $147 million at any point of his career as an athlete? Think about it.
Yeah, the only one I can think of is probably Bronny James, but even Bronny James.
James didn't get that.
I don't think he got 147 though. He was getting a lot of it with the extra endorsements in college and stuff like that, and obviously before his career. But yeah, definitely wasn't 147. I just want to mention this quickly because our guest is then. You look at Stefanski, like you brought up, Errol. I don't think he ever wanted Shedeur Sanders, and I think that's really being evident now. I think Gabriel was his guy. Shedeur Sanders was the ownership's guy, and now there's a little bit of a disconnect too, where I could even see Stefanski, not even if he just gets fired, he might just step down himself at this point because I think the ownership just. They want to make this Shedeur thing work, but it's the Browns. The ownership has been corrupt with them for a while, and they're going to get on this media circus and continue to be a circus as long as Shedeur is still there. But you're right, Errol. I don't, based on his performance on the field, can you trust him to last then at the NFL? There's really no chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's the experiment. I don't know how far it's going to go, but also too, I mean, they kind of.
It's over.
To the wolves, but at the same time, he's a rookie quarterback. The game is different. The speed is different. He wasn't going to be a miracle in his first ever appearance. So it's worth a grain of salt. Throw it on some food. Don't throw it on some food. Put it back in the cabinet. Nobody cares.
It's over. I think it's over. He will be back next week. And if he has any kind of game that everybody says, oh, well, he threw 150 yards, he threw a touchdown, maybe there's something there. I think it's over. I think he's ruined already. I think he's ruined already after a half of football because what he did is he put too much pressure on himself. Him and his father put too much pressure on him. Same thing with Travis Hunter. What do you think? Did anybody really think that Travis Hunter was going to really explode right off the paper? The answer would be no. I told you guys why I didn't think Travis Hunter was going to be any good. And the main reason why is because Prime went out there and said, these guys are the two best players in this class and how special they are and what his son could do on a football field, his understanding of the game. Yeah, he looked like he really understood the speed of the NFL football game. He had no clue what he was getting himself into. None. This isn't college football. He wasn't playing. First of all, how many SEC teams did he play when he was in college football? Honestly, I don't know what the number is. Not many. The SEC is the best in college football, as everybody says. Alabama, Florida, all those SEC teams, dominant the way they recruit players. Do you believe for 1 second that if he played in the SEC, that he would be anybody and he would have ever been considered a first-round draft pick? The answer is he was drafted where he should be. He was drafted in the 5th round where he should be. He's never going to be an elite quarterback. He's not an NFL style of quarterback. He was never going to be a Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels or any of those kind of quarterbacks. I don't know why anybody believed that he was because of his last name. Speaking of last names, our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
My golf clap of the day goes to, it's got to be Virginia Tech. I mean, seriously, it's definitely a golf clap. Who would have thought that James, yes, I said it, James Mastermind himself, Penn State's former head coach, who's owed a lot of money, was going to go to Virginia Tech? Well, Virginia Tech lands, I believe, the biggest free agent of the offseason, the best coach available in college football. Not from LSU. You know what I'm talking about. James Franklin, I believe, is a perfect fit for Virginia Tech, and there's really only one reason. Less pressure. He can go and recruit the players that he wants to recruit. He's not going to have anybody hounding on him on who he should bring in. He's going to be running. He's going to be the director. He's going to be the guy that's going to be the mastermind behind Virginia Tech football. And like me and Fish were talking about, this guy will take you to that final 12. I believe that one way or another, might be once, twice, maybe even 3 times, maybe even take you to close to a national championship in the future. This guy knows how to recruit. This guy knows how to coach. And now where he's not worried about the Penn State and the people behind him, the money grabbers or Florida deciding not to go to Florida or all the other schools, USC or wherever. Well, it wasn't USC, but you know what I'm talking about. Old Miss, if that becomes available or wherever. James Franklin decided to go to Virginia Tech for one reason and one reason only, because he didn't want to deal with the mob. He didn't want to deal with the media. He didn't want to deal with everything that would have been there if he took one of those high-profile jobs. I think this is great for Virginia Tech football. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the last time Virginia Tech was a contender was with Michael Vick. Am I right?
Yeah, that was a while ago. They had one undefeated season, I believe.
I think that was the last time I can remember Virginia Tech was being spoke about.
Yeah.
A national championship. So bringing James Franklin in, it's got to be a golf clap. My golf clap of the day goes to not James Franklin, to Virginia Tech. So my golf clap of the day goes to Virginia Tech landing the free agent of the offseason for college football. Congratulations to them. Well, it's not the offseason yet, but snagging him up as fast as they did was good, because there were quite a few other teams interested in James Franklin. I think he's the best one available. So congratulations to James taking the job, and that could change Virginia Tech football for the better. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been on our show before, and at that time, he was the Pelicans front office executive. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's a scout for Central. And we're going to talk a little college basketball with him and NBA basketball, because this story with sports betting, I'm sure he has his own take from it. We're going to have Dan Purcell on the show once again when we come back here on Job in the Mouth.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
What is up, everybody? Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. Jets cornerback Chris Boyd is listed as being in critical condition after being shot in the abdomen early in the morning on Sunday in Manhattan. The incident took place outside the restaurant Say Less on West 38th Street just after 2 a.m. Reports say a dispute turned violent, leading to 2 gunmen firing 2 shots at Boyd before speeding off in a BMW X8 SUV and a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Boyd was transported to Bellevue Hospital. Everybody, please send prayers to my brother and teammate Chris Boyd and his family. Lord, please hold your healing hand over Chris and guide him back to health and safety. That's Jets Jermaine Johnson on X. Many others, including Mayor Eric Adams, sent their well wishes to Boyd, who signed with the Jets this offseason after playing with the Vikings, Cardinals, and Texans, but has been on the IR all year with a shoulder injury suffered in the preseason. Best wishes from the show to him as well. And another person who got some good news, former Cleveland Brown quarterback and University of Miami star Bernie Kosar, was able to get a much-needed liver transplant Monday morning after being diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver and Parkinson's disease last year. Kosar, who's 61, has reportedly undergone 5 surgeries to fix internal bleeding due to the bad liver in the past week, in which his condition worsened. Thank you for all the thoughts, prayers, and support. It truly means the world to me. Yeah, he said in a post from the hospital before surgery. But now after surgery, hey, I'm out and I'm feeling good, just ready to enjoy the rest of the week and the rest of our lives. Kosar played 12 years in the NFL with the Browns from 1985 to 1993, leading the franchise to 3 AFC Championship appearances, which they lost to the Denver Broncos each time. He was also the quarterback of the University of Miami's first national championship in 1983. He got a Super Bowl ring in 93 as Troy Aikman's backup with the Cowboys, and finished his career with the Dolphins, backing up Dan Marino from 94 until 96. Speaking of football, the Cowboys are trailing the Raiders in quite a bad football game right now, 6-3, a bunch of field goals. Raiders lead at the start of the second quarter. Curiously, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb were benched for the start of the game in what they're calling a coach's decision. In basketball right now, the Knicks are trailing the Heat 55-51 at the half. We got Mikal Bridges with 15 points right now for the Knicks. Also at the half, Cavs 59, Bucks 57, Pistons 62, Pacers 46. At the end of the third, Clippers 83, Sixers 73. Also at the half, 57-52 Raptors over the Hornets. 7.5 left in the second. Timberwolves 45, Mavericks 32. Similar amount of time left in New Orleans. Pelicans trail the Thunder by 21 already, 58-37. Still to come tonight, the Nuggets and the Bulls. And in hockey, at the end of the second period, it's 2-0 Hurricanes over the Bruins in Boston. Also at the end of the second, 3-1 Sabres leading the Oilers. And Panthers 5-3 over the Canucks at the end of two, with the Capitals 2-1. Also ended the second and tied at 1 in the middle of the second between the Blue Jackets and Canadiens. Ducks and Mammoth dropped the puck at 10. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
He tastes himself. I got the bubble gum. That went over like a fart. Just Jabba in the beard.
I was kind of figuring out who was better, Big L or Notorious B.I.G. I was arguing with a friend over the weekend about that, and I love Big L, and this music, this background music reminds me some of that old-fashioned 90s hip-hop, that 80s hip-hop. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain. Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in and introduce him, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks, and they're giving an extra 10% off. It's the holiday time, ladies and gentlemen. So if you like your beef, well, somebody needs to spank it. Speedy likes to eat it. You can get your Jabba in the Mouth beef for 10% off if you go to the Jabba in the Mouth link. Go to www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. And ladies and gentlemen, I like my beef medium well. If you like it medium rare, or if you just like it rare like Jabba because he likes to hunt, he's out in the sticks, he's out in the cornfields, he's shooting up some grizzly bears or whatever the hell he's doing over there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want your beef and you want it 10% off, you hit the Omaha Steaks Jabba in the Mouth link and get your 10% off. And by the way, if you're having Thanksgiving and you want some beef, and I know a lot of people eat turkey and ham, well, if you want some nice, beautiful, beefy steaks, you can get it for Thanksgiving. Speedy, you can hit it, you can tap it, you can eat it. Ladies and gentlemen, go to Omaha Steaks, link, Jabba in the Mouth, and get 10% off. Speaking of links, I know he likes his links, and he's a basketball guy, and I like his links because he works as a link of a scout for a basketball organization. We're now talking to former Pelicans front office executive and president of scouting for Central, Dan Purcell. Danny, what's up, man?
What's happening, guys? You guys doing okay today?
We're good, man. I mean, you're probably a lot better than us.
I don't have bad days. I'm not going to lie to you, especially after I hear Cena's entrance here, and he's at MSG right now.
Yeah.
I'm feeling great.
You're a wrestling fan, I can tell.
Oh man, wrestling's so much fun. That's John Cena, man. That's Thugonomics right there. That's old John Cena right there.
Word life. I don't want to put up any
Well, I even did the "you can't see me." I mean, he's only got 3 more times out there, so it's going to be good to watch it.
I was doing some gang slogans. I don't want to get myself into trouble on this show. I definitely, I'm not trying to get myself into trouble, and that was a joke. But anyways, I don't want to get myself into trouble with me either, because he seems like he could be a terrifying person, especially if he's not on a basketball court and he's hanging outside it. But nevertheless, Dan, you were, the last time we had you on the show, you were an executive for the Pelicans, and we were speaking about certain things that were going on in professional basketball. One of them was John Morant, and now we have the big scandal. And this is starting to become more deeper than we ever thought. We had Tim Donaghy on the show last week. He kind of gave his take. We all know what Tim was a part of in the time in the early 2000s, and we all know what he got 15 months in jail and a lot of backlash from it.
Yeah.
Your thoughts to this Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier situation, Jones, you know all of them. I'm sure you do. And now LeBron James' name being brought into the forefront. Now, we don't know if it's all true, and we don't know if LeBron James is a part of this scheme and this scandal, but just think about it. This is the greatest basketball player we've had since Michael Jordan, and now he could be a part of one of the worst scandals we've ever seen in NBA history.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's just start with the basics of it. You know, this has always been a thing, right? So you've always had to worry about outside influences, at least from a team perspective, coming in, and whether that's family, whether that's friends, business associates, gambling, whatever that is, right? You always have to worry about those things. So it's an inevitable thing, unfortunately, because people are susceptible to money. And, you know, especially when you have people on you saying, you know, you can make this money, you can make this money. All you have to do is, you know, like the pitcher from the Guardians, you know, you just have to throw a first pitch ball, and that's all we need you to do on your first outing, you know? And those things multiply quick, especially if they work, right? And pertains to Donaghy and those guys, I wasn't in the league when they had it, but I always heard stories about how it kind of worked. And so the league, just so you guys know, from a maintenance standpoint, the league has gambling training. They bring people into every team to talk to the players, the front office, the coaching staff, like the PR people, all of those things. We have people that come in and talk about it. You have to take a test, an anti-gambling test every year. You have to sign a waiver saying that you aren't going to gamble, you haven't gambled on the game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's safeguards in place there, but ultimately, the players are going to do what the players are going to do, right? And the officials are going to do what the officials are going to do. In terms of, you know, LeBron being in this, I don't see that. I've known LeBron's, you know, I know I'm from Cleveland. He's from Akron. You know, I played against him in high school. Like I don't see that happening. He has too much to lose. Maverick Carter has too much to lose. He might have done one or two things on the side. I don't think it's anything to, like, you know, really, really hurt him with. Fun fact, though, I actually coached Terry Rozier in 9th grade back in Cleveland. So I actually knew Terry when I used to coach AAU, you know, way before I started in the league. And, you know, Terry was a great kid. He just came from a really tough area, you know, and a tough background.
Right.
And when this came in, I was really surprised in terms of, because I kind of lost touch with him. You know, we were in the league together, we talked or whatever, but we weren't anything close. And when this happened, I was really surprised, because you had a guy who signed a massive extension, and he had money coming in, you know, left and right in terms of his salary, and he still had some side endorsements, things like that. And to come out and be shaving points and, you know, going under on rebound averages and stuff like that. Like, I don't understand. One thing that I don't understand about all of this is, what is the point? If you're making that much, why are you trying to, in essence, ruin that? You know, it's kind of like a risk reward scenario, right? If I make $14 million a year, does it make sense for me to try to make an extra 200,000, 300,000 on something that could take the 14 million away, right? And that, to me, that risk analysis doesn't compute. Now, some of the lower end guys who do it, there was a kid, I think, at UNO, University of New Orleans, who I think he got caught a year or two ago, whatever it was. He was shaving points, but that kid had no NIL. He had no money coming in. So, like, he's not going to play in the NBA, so the risk reward is different for him, right? So I'm not saying it's right, obviously. I'm just saying from a risk reward side, I'm not sure if it's just addiction mentality. I'm not sure if the guys are, they're trying to get their boys or their friends or their family or whoever that is, like they're trying to get them set. Whatever it is, it's not healthy for basketball in general. And it's not healthy for sports. But when you're one of your main sponsors is a gambling company, a sports gambling company, there's too much opportunity for, crossing over into what ultimately is not a good area to be in.
So I want to ask it from the college perspective. You obviously scout a lot of college kids. You scout G League players, international players, stuff like that. Now, when we had Tim on the show, he was mentioning that he doesn't think it'll be as big of a deal in college basketball or in other college sports the same way it was in the NBA. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually disagree. I think it's actually more. I think the lower you get on the totem pole, that's why I pulled out that risk reward. Purview is like how. The less money you make, the more opportunity there will be for you, especially on the lower levels, because the NIL money isn't there. Now, if you're AJ DeBonch and you're making $4 million, totally different purview than the guy playing at a SWAC school or a MAC school, and he's getting $2,000 a year. And obviously if these guys don't think they're going to the NBA, why would you even why am I even worried about it? I need to make money now. This is my time to make money. So I actually think it gets worse in the college ranks than it will in the pros. I don't think in Europe, it's not really a culture thing. Here, it seems to be a culture thing in terms of gambling is a big part of our culture, with not just, gambling rings, but there's a lot of stuff that has entertainment attached to it that could be gambling. You know what I mean? But it's not. It's entertainment, game shows, sports cards break. That's what, we do sports card breaking. A lot of people could see that as gambling too. There's just a lot of that, right? So, it's a slippery slope. It's really good for the revenues of the league, and it's good for the player. Well, it's not really good for all the players. It's really just good for the minimum guys and the max guys. The middle-class NBA guys have been priced out. I don't know if you guys have covered that at all. But in this CBA, all the middle class, they've pretty much been sent home by the rich upper 10%. And if I was anybody in the league right now who's a majority of the league, I would be absolutely pissed at leadership that's in the union right now, because they sold the league to the top 25 guys. And these middlemen are getting eked out. So maybe you have some gambling issues there with the middle guys. Maybe that's one of them, because instead of signing a $25 million extension over 4 years, they signed a minimum deal because of the hard cap. So, or the second apron. I'm sorry, for the apron.
Do you see it change? Do you see them changing any of the dynamics of the rules or the suspensions? Do you think they become harsher? Do you think it's a kind of a situationally based, or do they set a first time offense, boom, 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 or do you think it goes situation by situation?
No, you got to set a standard. I mean, you have to. This is the NBA. This is not, Robin Biggs, community men's league. You know what I mean? This is the NBA, and you can't. I like baseball's lead on this. I like that baseball's this is it. We tell you, we warn you, you have to take all these tests during the year. You have to get vetted in essence by the league. If you decide to break and ruin the integrity of the game, you're gone. It's got to be that. You can't hold it back. I mean, look what happened to Pete Rose. And Pete is nothing compared to what's happening now. Pete Rose is doing that's Mickey Mouse compared to what's going on right now, and he was banned for his whole life. And now that he got unbanned, which is right, but still he was banned for life, and that was the right decision to make, unfortunately. So it's a slippery slope. Gambling is tough. I think you just got to be an iron fist. I really do, because if you don't do an iron fist up front, then more people are going to take advantage of it. There has to be consequences. And especially in our culture these days, a lot of people don't take accountability. You got to be able to hold them accountable for their actions. You have to. There's no way around it.
We are talking to former Pelicans front office executive and president of Scout Central, Dan Purcell. He's been on our show before. Now he's doing stuff for college sports. There's two guys right now.
These are great picks, by the way. Wow, look at that strapping young man. Jeez.
Yeah, look at
that guy
you.
go.
I mean, that has something to do with our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. He's the one that picks up, and he's the one who builds these great backgrounds for all the fans and for all our guests. So the Boozer brothers are two sensational young players. These guys could go 1 and 3. We are maybe 2 and 3 because it seems like the kid from BYU is the predominant number 1 pick.
We're going to argue on that.
I'm just saying.
We're going to argue now. I got to preface this with. So 2 years ago, if you check my Twitter, you check my Instagram, I said that the 2026 draft is going to be the best draft of this first half of this century. I said that. It's on there. I stick by that, and I've been spot on about it. So carry on. Sorry. I got to make sure that we.
No. I remember you saying that. You were on
Dan.
the show.
Dan, give it to him. Go ahead. Don't pull back. Give it to him.
So he's not giving it to me. I agree.
No,
with
I'm not giving it to him. No, not yet.
He was on the show. And I remember he said 2026.
I did.
Because everybody was talking about 2025, and he says, I beg to differ. 2026 is going to be a sensational draft, might be one of the best drafts since the Dwayne Wade draft, the LeBron James, Dwayne Wade draft. I remember you said that. And if you remember that, Chris Bosh was a part of that draft. That was a great draft. Carmelo Anthony. Darko Milicic was garbage. He was poo-poo, but everybody else was pretty damn good. But this is a draft class that I mean is loaded, and that's why everybody, including the Brooklyn Nets, on the reasons why they made all those trades last year, and they're trying to get ready for 2026 because we all know the first 3 picks are absolute slam dunks. They're saying that they're absolute slam dunks, and obviously the 2 kids from Duke, I love them both. I followed both of them since high school, and we all know, I still believe Cooper Flagg's going to be special, but he really hasn't been on that track yet. But you know what scares me about Cooper Flagg before we get into the Boozer brothers? The only thing that scares me about him is I remember Christian Laettner, and there was a lot of pressure on Christian Laettner, and he won 2 national championships. Christian Laettner was the next coming of college basketball. He played for the Dream Team in '92, and a lot of people, LeBron James came out when these the young studs came out to practice with Team USA a year ago. He said, wow, that kid Cooper Flagg, that kid's going to be special. That guy was the best player on the court when we were playing against him with some of the young players. But he hasn't. I will say this. I know it's early, but he hasn't been as good as I thought he was going to come out of the gate. I know the Dallas Mavericks are nothing to brag about. Anthony Davis doesn't want to be there. We all know the whole story behind it. But Cooper Flagg, I would love to hear your take on Cooper Flagg and where you see him. But the Boozer brothers, I think obviously they're both special. One who's 6'9", has the ability to get into the paint, shoot the 3, dominates in every kind of way. He is. I think he's a better player than Cooper was coming out of high school. And then his brother, who is one of the best point guards and one of the best guards I've seen, not just from Duke, from the last 10 years to come out of college basketball. Your thoughts on the Flagg and the 2 Boozer boys?
So let's start with, there's a little backstory here. I want to make sure we understand it. So Flagg, just so I'm not sure if everybody in the audience knows, Flagg reclassified. He was actually supposed to be in the 26th draft. I don't know if anybody remembers that. He's originally supposed to be in the 2026 draft.
Right.
And he reclassified up to get away from this draft. It was smart, right? Because you weren't guaranteed the number 1 pick, but you were guaranteed the number 1 pick in this class. It's a money thing, right? It was smart to do that. You guys have to remember, he should be a freshman in college right now as we're watching highlights of Coop. When I interviewed him at Montverde, the dude is a killer. Like, he's a killer. But what they've asked him to do this year is be a facilitating point guard, and he's not a starter. He's a finisher. He finishes plays, and that's what they haven't done. Hold on, my son is coming in here. No. Not right now, bud. He's just coming in. It's my 6-year-old. And they had him playing point guard. And so he's never been a point guard. I will tell you that right now. He's always been the finisher on plays, right? At Montverde, they had 2 point guards, Rob Wright, who is now at BI. He went to BYU with DeBoncha for a reason. BYU paid him to get DeBoncha a facilitating point guard who's one of the best, is Rob Wright. And then obviously in college, he had a host of dudes around him that were just exceptional, right? So they asked him to be a point guard, and he's not. I think when they get him away from that and being a small forward, 2, 3, 4, in big lineups, I think you guys are going to see that he's a much better player in those scenarios. I'm not worried about Coop at all. He's a monster, man. He's like straight monster, franchise player. Sorry, he's just.
It's all right. It's all right.
All right. Sorry.
What's up,
I
kid?
love it.
Here. Go.
That's so great.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
He just wanted to play on the iPad.
Hey,
We're Central Time. All the
college
parents
does
out
the
there,
same thing.
we're Central Time, so it's okay. It's not bedtime yet. So I'm not worried about Flag. Now, in terms of the 26th draft, Boozer. Let's go with Cam. Right, Cam is the better of the
Yes.
Boozer twins.
6 foot
He's a franchise player. He's much better than his dad was. If you guys remember, his dad was a bruiser, mid-range guy, could defend the best post player on the opposite team, unless it was like Shaq or something, or Yao, or, something like that. So there's that toughness. He has that grit in him. And, but the thing on top of it, if you saw the other day, he was out in the full court and he did a behind the back dribble and dunk on somebody in the full court. That's the extra thing that he has. He's a better shooter. He's a better offensive player, better finisher than his dad. So he's like an absolute upgrade from his dad, who was an all-star in the NBA. So what does that tell you, right? To me, he's probably going to be the number 3 pick in this draft.
Really?
I have had Darren Peterson at 1 the entire time. I have not changed it from a term of who he is as a person and his skill set. He does everything. He literally could be the next guy that the league sits to. The next type of, he's not Giannis in terms of the way he plays, but the guy that the league gravitates towards in terms of marketing and who they should be like, and guys they want to, that they want to clone in essence. So for me, I have Peterson 1. I'm not moving off of that unless he gets hurt in some way. 2 is DeBoncha. DeBoncha is just, he is Kevin Durant, just under though. He's not as good as Durant. He can't get to his spots as well as KD did. If you guys remember KD back at Texas, he was getting to his elbow spots anytime he wants, right? He's not as big as KD either, but I think there's a lot of similarities in size and length and where he's going to play and body type. And there's a lot of that there. As far as Caden, I don't have Caden as high as you. I think Caden is probably late lottery, mid first.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I like him. I just think that there's too many other guys in between. That's how loaded this class is. Because if Caden decides to stay one more year, he's probably a top 5 pick, top 7 pick in the next draft, because the next draft's not nearly as strong, the 27 draft. So there'll be a decision to be made there for him. But you have guys like Nate Ament, Chris Sinek, just guys that like, there's so many good players. I'm always awful with foreign kids' name, but there's a kid out in Europe too who's phenomenal as well. He'll be a top 10 pick. So like, you just have like, this has 3 franchise players, a possible another 2 franchise players possible. So in my rankings, I go franchise core player. A core player is, think of Drew Holiday, think of somebody, prime Drew Holiday, somebody like that, right? Who's like just a core player next to your superstars. And you probably have 7 of those in this draft. That's unheard of. So if you get like Brooklyn did, like Oklahoma City has done, San Antonio has Atlanta's pick, Atlanta picked up New Orleans pick, which right now looks priceless, like that is maybe the greatest haul of this century if it works out. If they get a top 3 pick out of that, and I love Derek Queen. I don't love him that much though. And I would not, There is no chance, knowing I'm going to go on my soapbox here. Sorry, but I don't know. And I'm just being honest here. It tells me there's a lack of focus in your scouting department if you are trading away 2026 lottery picks, unprotected lottery picks. It tells me you don't know the draft. I'm sorry, you just don't. And you thought that the risk reward would be better by doing it this way. No, you can't. This is the one draft you can't do that to.
Dan, I get so pissed off because I look at the Knicks, and I know the Knicks are a good team right now, but think about it. What pisses
that's an
me
awful
off,
trade.
What pisses me off more than anything is this protected and unprotected crap that the NBA has. If you're trading a pick, there shouldn't be a protected and unprotected. It should just be the pick. I don't like how the NBA has that drawn up. It really pisses me off because look what the Knicks got for Porzingis. Absolutely diddly squat. They got nothing for Porzingis, and Porzingis is the one that helped the Boston Celtics win the championship. It makes
Don't forget what he's doing in Atlanta right now. Don't forget.
No, stop. Could you stop? Could you stop doing this to me?
Atlanta's on a roll, by the way, right now. I don't know if anybody saw, but they're on a roll right now.
Without Trae Young,
Without Trae, yeah. I have close to a few guys in Atlanta. I would suspect, I would, if they're smart people over there, if they see this, they're going to go, ding, what in 26 can we pick up? But yeah, so what happened in essence with the draft is they fractionalized the value, right? Think of it like Bitcoin. Bitcoin fractionalized the value of fake currency, right? Or of currency, whatever it is. So it's the same type of thing, and it helps even out trades in terms of value. So I understand your angst with that, but again, with the NFL, you have 7 rounds. In the NBA, you only have 2. So you have to, since there's not a ton of supply, you have to fractionalize that to make them worth more or less. Because if I'm getting a starter key reserve and not a franchise or a core guy, I don't want to give up an unprotected pick. I want to give up a lottery protected pick for him. So it's fractionalizing it. That's all it is. I know it's frustrating, but
it's fractional. The Knicks got nothing. Hey, we gave up Porzingis for nothing. The fraction here is he's a piece of currency, and that currency was absolutely crap for the New York Knicks. Thank you to every single team that gave us so many options when it came to trade picks over the years. We've gotten Detroit's picks, we've gotten Charlotte's picks, and the currency of it was unprotected, which means it's crap. The currency is garbage. Thank you. Thank you for giving me that information, Dan. It makes me sick to my stomach. It just makes me hate being a Knicks fan even more. Thank you.
You guys, hey, you know what? It's nice to see Cat coming around, though. He had a good game. What was it, last night or no, 2 nights? When was it? When was the last game? He had 30 some?
Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, Sunday. It was 2 nights. Yeah, it was last night, right? And I don't know. I haven't looked today, but it's nice to see finally that Mike Brown's tweaking this, because if you noticed, Cat's getting a lot more pick and pop opportunities. He's getting a lot more open shots, whereas before they were closing out hard on him because they weren't having backside pressure on the backdoor or weak side action. And so that hurt Cat a lot because guys were in his face and it was shorter closeouts than what he got last year, right? So it's nice to see Cat's starting to come around a little bit. But yeah, I if you want to talk Knicks, we can talk Knicks. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie to you. You aren't going to be happy with me by the time I'm done.
I'm sure.
I want to jump back to the big story of last week. Obviously, you being a front office guy, Nico Harrison getting fired after the trade that shocked the NBA world last year, trading Luka Doncic. Does he deserve it? Is he a scapegoat? I mean, Mark Cuban now, who has 27% ownership, wants to buy some of the team back or almost all the team back. What are your thoughts on that whole saga?
This is I'm going to try not to swear here. This is a disaster. Now I've known Nico for a while. He would, when he was with Nike, he was always down in New Orleans with Anthony and all them, and we played pickup basketball together. When we went out to Nike, we would play. We'd meet with him and talk with him. And I never got the vibe that it was like that. I never got a vibe that it was short-sighted. He was always big picture. This is what we want to do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And especially at that time, Nike was starting to take over all of the apparel for the league too. So he was, he had a huge part in that. When it actually happened, I messaged about four of my best friends in the NBA, and I said, "Is this real? This can't be real." On the Luka trade, this is unreal. Like, I don't care if Luka is 40 pounds overweight. I don't care if he's 70 pounds. He took you to the finals, and I mean, he averaged 30 and 7 and 5 or whatever it was. So it's hard for you. You can't trade away franchise players because this is the scenario you put yourself in. And as a team, you never want to be in this scenario. You either have to be perfect. You have to be perfect and lucky, meaning that no injuries, no off-court issues. Really, it's no injuries. That's the big thing, right? You got to get lucky not to have any injuries, and then you have to be good. So, like, both of those things rarely happen in unison. If you ever notice, like, half of the league, like half of the playoffs is teams that just don't get hurt. You know, like sometimes it's not even the best team. It's just the team that got hurt less wins the title over a course of 2 months. And one thing that I never liked was when teams put themselves in a situation where you had to be lucky and you had to be good. Rarely does it happen. And then on top of it, you put yourself into the situation. It's not like Luka said, "Hey, I'm out of here. Get me out of here." You know, like everybody, if he would have said that, everybody would have been like, "All right, well, he was just trying to get the best he could. It probably could have got more, but still." But this came out of left field. And then at his press conference, he said, "Time will tell if I'm right." And that's never anything you want to say. It's nothing you want to say at a press conference. You never want to say, "Time will tell if I was right," because 9 times out of 10, you're going to be wrong. If time is your judger, right? Is your judgment. And you can't, one of my cardinal rules, you can't trade franchise players, especially if they took you to the finals, for God's sake. Could you imagine if we would have traded Anthony Davis after we beat Portland in the first round of the playoffs and then won a game against that Golden State team with Durant, Steph, Clay? Like, we won a game against them. And could you imagine? And we didn't even get to the finals or the Western Conference finals. We didn't even get there. And could you imagine the people that if we had traded Anthony Davis right after that and said, "Oh, he's too soft. Oh, he doesn't have the winning instinct. He's not a killer."
Could you imagine?
Exactly. And then on top of it, and then we're sitting there going, "You know what? Time will be our judge if we were right." Like, nah, man. Like, you can't say that stuff.
Do it one more time. Say it one more time. Could you imagine? Do it. Do it one more time. Do it one more time.
Which part?
Could you imagine?
His mic keeps cutting out. I can't hear it. He has so much juice with it. I can't hear the mic.
I've got it. I'll do it nice and slowly.
There you go.
Could you imagine? Okay, do it one more time for me.
Could you imagine?
No, do it like a grandma.
Like an old New York City grandma. Oh, yeah, could you imagine doing that, honey? Is that good enough? I'm from Burton, Ohio, and I killed that. I don't even act like I didn't.
That was good. I thought that was good. Slam dunk, right?
Love New York City. Jeez.
I love it. Dan Purcell, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Dan Purcell.
One more thing. You asked about a player. Now, I'm a Cleveland Browns guy, just so you know. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, roughly. You asked a player who got paid before he performed ever on the field, right? I got the name.
Who is it?
Timothy Tebow.
True. Yep. Well, you know what's it's so interesting about Tim Tebow? Tim Tebow was on a podcast and they were talking about, all the different things that he does off the field and endorsing so many things of building health facilities around the world.
Great human being.
A great human being. And they were
terrible
talking
baseball player too.
Bad baseball player.
He was terrible.
Java.
He was terrible at everything but college football. But nevertheless, and by the way, he took Broncos all the way to the playoffs, and he actually beat the Pittsburgh Steelers because, I mean,
he threw one good pass over the middle.
Wait a second.
And broke it.
Wait.
Go on.
The question was, who got paid before they proved themselves on the field? Tebow had every endorsement in the world before the NFL draft. Before the NFL draft. He signed it between when he graduated and before he got drafted, right?
Yes.
That man got paid way more. And I disagree that he led them. He was awful for 46 and a half minutes of every game.
All right.
And the only reason they were in the game is because their defense was so good. They had a top 3 defense. They had the top scoring defense that year. Most of the wins that Tebow got were because of defensive either stops, preventions, or scores.
Hold on.
I will give you this, though. I will give you this. In the 2-minute drill, when the defense can't get set, 100% he was magic that year.
You got to make the plays. I mean, Mark Sanchez took
Magic.
the Jets to back-to-back AFC title games, and he gets all the credit in the world for it. And I'm like, come on, please. It's Mark
Top 5 defense. Darrell Revis. One of the best defensive lines ever. Like, you can't, like, that's the thing. Like, these guys had
get into the New York Jets. Are we really? We want to go back and forth. Darrell Revis. Darrell Revis is one of the greatest corners to ever play the game. I would say some people.
But he was on that team.
That's fine. But that defense was highly overrated. Bart Scott was highly overrated.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. Yeah, I couldn't wait either.
I still use that meme. Still use the meme.
Dude, I remember that game because the last thing I can remember is Braylon Edwards doing backflips after beating the New England Patriots, okay?
And then you got smushed the next week, right?
Oh, yeah, it just made me sick to my stomach. And then they bring Santonio Holmes after that in, and that was an absolute debacle. Thank you to the New York Jets.
Listen, hey, I'm a Browns fan, man. I got it worse than you.
Oh, stop.
Don't even act like I heard your Shedeur Sanders rant. You're killing the kid, and he played the Ravens, the best safety in football.
Oh, stop. The
down.
Ravens defense is one of the worst defenses in the league right now. Get out of here.
No, over the last 4 games, they've been a top 5 defense.
They're still one of the worst defenses in the league, and they have a lot of deficiencies. And you're not going to tell me Shedeur Sanders was a deer and the headlights in that game. Man, I could have been in that pocket making better throws than he was.
Easy. Get out of here.
Yes.
Get out. How tall are you? Could you even see over the line?
I mean,
yes.
Russell
Go, Dan. Go.
Russell Wilson's 5'10". I mean, come on. Stop with this crap.
Russell Wilson wears inserts to be 6'1".
Yeah, well, Russell.
Mr. Unlimited height. Mr. Unlimited stats.
Russell Wilson also shoves his thumb up his ass before the game. Who cares? I mean, seriously.
It was good to see my guy James out there.
The fact here is, and to go back to that argument on Shedeur Sanders, to me, it doesn't matter what he has done in the game. It matters what he does after the game. And what he did after the game was he should have gotten up like a professional does and go to the middle of the field and go and shake the other quarterback's hand. Instead, he's sitting on the bench pouting with his hand on his head. Okay? To me, you
know what he did in the locker room, though.
Yeah, I saw what he did in the locker room. Okay. I understand what he did, and in
the press conference.
Stop! At the press conference, he said, "Oh, I got to be better. I got to be better."
At the end of the day, he's a 5th-round pick.
Oh, stop it!
He's a 5th-round pick.
Stop. I don't care. He's considered a first-round
game again with no I agree with you though. If next week he pulls a Dillon Gabriel, then I agree with you. Experiment might be over real quick with Stefanski because Stefanski does not want him. Stefanski did not want him. That was an ownership decision. That was what it was. Dillon Gabriel is awful, though. Let's just be real. Dillon Gabriel's awful. So it's hard because their defense is so good that they're not going to get a top 3 pick. Like, they're going to beat bad teams just because Myles Garrett is literally the greatest defensive player of all time. Like, that's literally what's happening.
He's pretty damn good. I think
Could you imagine him on the Giants? Being like a better Michael Strahan, and the Giants would be a playoff team.
I think him on any team in the AFC
right.
On the AFC.
Browns are going to have Defensive Player of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year, and it'd be that 2-win team. Pretty much.
And the Jim Thorpe Award winner too.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that means.
It's crazy.
Denzel Ward.
It just tells you why. I mean, think about it. The Jets had the Rookie of the Year defensively and Rookie of the Year offensively, and they didn't even sniff the playoffs. They didn't even sniff 5 games. 5 wins.
I love Breece Hall.
So that's a whole nother story. But before we let you go, and I listen, you love Shedeur, or you're backing up Shedeur Sanders?
No, I'm just 50-50. I'm saying give him a shot.
Well, all right.
I don't think he's special. I don't think he's Elway. I don't think he's Mahomes. I don't think he's even Matt Ryan. But let's see. It doesn't get worse than what Dillon Gabriel's doing. Let's just be real.
You want me to tell you who I think he is? He's Christian Hackenberg.
Hey, can I throw a prediction out real quick? We see Massage Watson by the end of the year.
That's a good one. Massage Watson.
On the field or in the
facility? On the field, starting a game for the Cleveland Browns. That is how desperate the Browns are going to be. They are going to call Massage and say, "Sir, sir,
Watson,
would you mind coming and playing a game for us, please? We're paying you $180 million. Would you mind playing one game for us? We just need one."
He'd probably go ball out too.
Bro, he'd throw for 303 tutties all day. And we'd be like, "Oh, Massage Watson's back."
Massage Watson. That's a good one.
Oh,
I love it. I love it.
Me?
I gotta say,
Dan, I mentioned this a few weeks ago. We have a final segment. What's that smell? We always make fun of something at the end of the show. Like 3 weeks ago, I was saying there was a report that Deshaun Watson wants to be part of the next coaching search. Like, what did you possibly do to deserve that?
That is clickbait. No way. No way. That's clickbait.
I will
Sean
say
Marks would never listen to Massage Watson about basketball. Get out of here. What are we doing? Hey, how much would you guys like to have Kenny Atkinson back right now? Jeez.
I like him on the Knicks.
Jeez, Kenny Atkinson's killing it right now.
I love Kenny, and he's a Long Island native, so I root him on all the time. Him. There's a lot of good coaches from Long Island in the New York area. So yeah.
St. John's doing great this year too.
A lot of people think they're a Final Four team. We'll see. I mean, their offense is a lot better than they were last year. So if they have any kind of offense in that tournament, they're definitely going to be an Elite Eight team. I love them, and I'm going to go. I'm actually invited to go see a St. John's game, and those games are sold out. So
at MSG or at St. John's?
St. John's. So
they play like half their games at MSG, I think, don't they?
Yep, they do.
Yeah. I went to St. John's. What was it? Sorry, I swore. My bad, guys. You can
That's all right.
Leave it out.
All right, man. I mean, come on, you're Dan Purcell. I mean,
yeah, right. Yeah,
you're the massage man.
Where do the Johnnies play at?
They're St. John's. The university. They have a.
It's
a
on
smaller. It's like think Hoosiers. Like it's small and it's like Hoosiers, and they can't build out the gym from what I understand because there's no land. Like the city won't let them do it because there's nowhere to like move it. So it makes sense if they're trying to get the Manhattan and Brooklyn people to be Johnny fans to play at MSG because they can just play. They can just take the train and get off and be there. So obviously, I'm talking to people in New York. You know how to get there. You know what I'm talking about. I have to talk to people that aren't from New York. So. I have to explain. You can take the train, and you can.
The only thing that sucks about going to a St. John's game, and yes, like he was saying, there's really nowhere to sit, and it's very hard to get. You have to cram yourself into that gym, but finding a parking spot is the worst.
Awful
over there.
There's no stop. You can't take a train there either, right? Like it's not like you can get a train and you get off. You have to the train's like 4 miles away or 3 miles away or something like that.
3 miles away, and even taking a subway, you're still going to be 2.5 miles away. So it's impossible.
It's hard to get out there.
No, you know what you get? You got to get an electric scooter. That's what you get an electric scooter or one of those bikes.
Part of the city you live in that you're taking electric scooters in St. John's.
Listen, I mean, all you do is see people with those electric scooters now, especially in Manhattan.
Bro,
I mean.
On our campus here, that's all you see.
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Okay. Yeah. They're all over the place now over here in New York.
Not in New Orleans. That's not a thing here.
Well, not shameful. Well, listen, you don't have to deal with Kelly anymore, so you're good.
Boy, talk about it. That's a whole nother segment for a whole nother day. Oh man, the things I hear about that is bad.
Well, Massage Watson might be hanging out with Brian Kelly. I mean, I bet
you they're boys. I bet they're boys.
Brian's massaging himself, and he's got a bunch of Chinese women doing it for him too. $57 million richer. So there you go.
What a time to be alive. Capitalism at its finest.
Absolutely. Anyways,
just don't tell Rick Pitino. He might get involved with that again too.
Danny, we got to get you on the show a little bit more often because you are fantastic.
I'm down. Well,
And,
thank you. That's very kind of you.
I
just
think
like
you're
having fun with it.
Yeah, well, you definitely, and hopefully you
Dan,
don't.
I'll make you a bet when he leaves and gets you off. He says, "We love you. We'd love to get you back on again," because it's the same thing he says to everybody.
No, I don't. I don't say that to everybody.
Yeah.
Who do I say that to?
You're not going to find a guy who loves New York.
Oh, we love you. We can't wait to get you back on again.
You're not going to find a guy who loves New York more than me that's not from New York, has never lived in New York, but has been there millions of times. You'll never find another guy.
I do not say that to everybody. I say that to a lot of people.
Jabba, you forget about the guests that attack the Jets. Then they'll say, "Oh, you're a bit of a pain in the ass sometimes."
But that's true.
Yeah. But you have to understand, we're kindred spirits. I'm a Browns guy. He's a Jets guy. There's a kindred spirit of understanding each other and how we feel every Sunday.
Yeah, it's called suck. That's what it called.
Yeah.
That's what it called.
It's called "Are we drinking the bleach or not?" that week.
No, well, I'm definitely not. I'm not drinking the bleach or nuts. That's something that Massage Watson would be doing.
Only females. Only female massage.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. We might hear some more things after his career is over. He's got a whole book to write. Anyways, Dan, like I said, I want to get you on a lot more sooner than usual. How about getting you on before the tournament? I mean,
absolutely.
Obviously, the NCAA tournament is the best. It's the best time of year.
Best time of the year.
March Madness. Let's get you on. Let's get you on for the whole show, and we'll talk college basketball.
I love it. That sounds great. And the draft. Don't forget the draft. 26th draft.
Listen,
I might be on. We'll definitely have to do something before the draft because draft night is going to be crazy for me. But before, we should definitely do it.
Well, why don't we go to the draft? How about that? How about
that? Sounds
that?
great.
I think we all should go
Where
to
is the draft this year?
Barclays.
Barclays, yes. Oh, that definitely go. Why don't you come out here? Absolutely.
I'm ready.
Let's all go.
The lights is
Let's
on.
do it. The lights on. And, Jabba's bald head, the reflection of Jabba's bald head is on. We're all ready to go.
And we can all watch
Brooklyn.
And we can all watch the Nets celebrate the draft and eventually somehow trade those guys in 3 years.
He tastes himself.
As he always says. Anyways, or
another toe job.
There is a toe job. Or
that went over like a fart in church.
anyways, Dan, like I said, we love you. And let's get you on a lot sooner because it's been a year, man. It's been a long time, and now you're doing college basketball. What's up with that? But I mean, you should be running your own organization, and then.
Well, I do. I'm the president of Scout Central, so like we contract with NBA teams to bring them information on college guys.
All right. So there you go. Danny is rolling with the homies, as we all know.
There's some really good people in the league.
So remember Clueless? Remember what was it? Clueless. Rolling with the homies.
Oh yeah.
Do that one time.
Wow. That's 30 years ago.
Yeah, well, I'm an old man. We're getting up there in age, Danny.
Us millennials, bro. We had it good, and now we're old.
Yeah, we did. This garbage that's on television now is just. I want to throw up. I want to hurl, as we all say.
I'm almost done watching Brain Rot with my 8-year-old. I'm about done.
Brain Rot.
That's what it's called. It's literally Google it. It's called Brain Rot. It's the worst.
Google it.
Oh
well, guess what? November 26th is Stranger Things. So there you go. I mean, it's right around the corner. I'm sure everybody's excited for that. Not Jabba, but all of us. Yeah. Jabba's shaking his head.
Is Brain Rot the combined show about Woody Johnson and Jimmy Haslam's brains?
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two-hole, I'm good.
Danny,
what did I just walk into? This conversation went from the Boozer twins to dude wipes and two holes.
This makes me pecker hard. I gave up.
What just happened?
I'll let you lick my butt.
Are you guys okay? Is everyone okay over there? You guys are getting the hour. What is this, hour 3?
I got one for you.
I had to take a shit.
Anyways, Danny, we love you. Thank you. I will talk to you soon, buddy.
All right. I appreciate you guys. We'll see y'all later.
Danny Purcell. Dan Purcell, but I call him Danny. I think it flows better. It rolls off the tongue, Speedy. It doesn't roll off your tongue. It never does, but it definitely rolls off my tongue. Anyways, let's go into Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me.
My sexual fantasies.
Shedeur Sanders!
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what me.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You guys, enough!
Oh, it's time for Save Your Tears.
All right, guys, welcome back to Save Your Tears. It's the compliment chorus round where we're going to go over the results from Week 11 in the NFL season.
Hold on, Fish, you're muffled again. I don't know what's going on over
No, that I hear that on your end. Somebody,
No,
I think it's not me. I'm hearing it background
Now
as
it's
well.
now it's
I
gone.
think it's Jarrett or Nathan.
I got it.
But regardless, welcome back to Save Your Tears. This is everyone's favorite game. We are going to go through the results once again in Week 11. Here we go. And it is another win for Speedy PD.
Wow.
Yes, Speedy took it down. It was a low scoring affair across the board. We had to fill in RJ Harvey for everyone who took J.K. Dobbins in this one because he's out for the season. Didn't really make a difference. Chase Brown was the best running back that anyone picked. No one did well at quarterback. I guess Mahomes did the best, putting Nathan into second place. Nathan just crushes it in Save Your Tears. Not enough tonight, though.
Breaking news, a lot of hot ladies.
Didn't get it done. No one got over 10 points at receiver except
Smell
for
my
Jacoby
ass.
Myers at 11. And tight end was
Big
a
ol' hole.
disaster as well. Errol edges out Jabba for third place. Get into that FedEx Cup standings title going down.
You want to jerk me off?
So here we go. Last place goes first. Last place tonight. Giving Speedy his compliment chorus. Tommy Poops.
All right, Mr. Speedy Petey, man. I mean, I feel like you've been winning so much recently that I'm gonna say once again, are we really even surprised? I mean, you are the man when it comes to analytics, statistics, and really, you're putting the whooping on me right now in fantasy.
Butt plug.
And hey, honestly, I couldn't be happier that it was you. It's you right now holding the reign for really
Yum,
a
yum.
pretty dominant reign this past month and a half. I would say. Congratulations,
Droba.
Petey. You're the man.
Droba.
And
Ass licker.
keep on doing it.
All right, moving on.
Suck my endo.
Speedy, great job again. It feels like I'm complimenting you every week at this point. You do so much good work here. You do so much good work for me and helping me out. I mean, they say the true greats are able to pull out wins, in any situation, and that's what you did this week. Very low scoring week. Just just the right picks in every situation there, and just to pull it out once again. Well done, sir.
All right, I'm up next. Man, Speedy, where do I begin? That's where I would start. It's a little squishy, but at the time, Errol,
Lick it and stick it.
Speedy got that done.
Ball bag.
He treated everyone else in the standings like one of those, Errol.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Took Nathan and said, you know what? You wear the leash, Nathan. You
I
wear
want
the leash.
her melons.
And then he went to everyone else and he said,
Oh my
hey,
god.
I know Nathan wants Brittany too, but I'm taking the points tonight.
I need Brittany also.
What a great job, Speedy. Congrats.
I gotta go back off now.
All right, next is Mr. L. Marks.
Oh, it's Jabba.
No,
Oh yeah, I'm sorry,
think it's me.
Jabba.
Yeah.
Jabba came in fourth, then Errol third. That's right.
Yeah. Speedy, it's redundant, but yeah, it's obviously the best always rises to the top. And do it again. And how about you next time let me go after you so I can actually get in some points maybe. So I can take your advice. So I'm not even in the wedding party. Like,
I let you go second to
on
last.
me now.
The last time I got to choose to go
makes
first,
my
you went
checker
second to
hard.
last that round.
Oh, true. Well, shit, it ain't helping, man. You're gonna have to give it to me in the chat so I look like I know what I'm doing because you're by far the smartest one in here. So
Or bag.
I'm gonna keep looking up to you, Speedy, for for all of the things when it comes to winning at something, because obviously I'm
I
stuck.
eat my string cheese.
All right, the string cheese serial killer himself is up next.
He's a crybaby. All right. Well, besides Speedy's mistakes, which quite a few of them every single day, Speedy's, I'm trying to be nice here, as we all say. He's been my right-hand person really over the last 10 years. He's worked with me for such a long time, and all the work and dedication that he's been involved with the show and the product that we've been doing, I would say about 70% is all him. So his work ethic when he is on his game is impeccable. So I respect his knowledge. His knowledge is one of the best I've ever seen. And when we argue about sports in my car when I'm driving home with him and we're going back and forth with other things, it's nothing more than just comedy at its fullest. So Speedy is a unique individual that has a word for everything and an answer for many. So that's Speedy.
If it's laughing because he knows.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
All right, Nathan, finish it off.
Well, it seems like me and Speedy battle it out every week for Save Your Tears, and
pulled it out of my ass.
He beat me out. He beat me out this time, and he's been beating me in fantasy too a couple times. So
like the streaks in my bitches.
I just want to say, it's great working with you. You always kill it behind the scenes as a producer. Great job as a co-host on the show. And obviously, I've been following you guys for a while before I joined you guys. So keep it up, Speedy. You're the best. And
I hope not.
Like I said, great working with you.
Now, Nathan, can you push Brian Schottenheimer to get CeeDee Lamb 12 more points so I can win in the Beefs League?
That could happen. That could easily happen tonight against the Raiders defense. Yeah.
Lives.
All right, guys, that has been another episode of Save Your Tears. We will play Week 12 on Wednesday.
There you go. Speaking of winning, there's a guy that wins his third in 4 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yankees captain outfielder Aaron Judge was named the 2025 American League MVP on Thursday. It is his third MVP in just 4 years. He's the 13th player in MLB history and the fourth Yankee to win 3 or more MVPs. It was a tight race as Judge received 17 first-place votes to Seattle's catcher Cal Raleigh, who got 13. The two also split all of the second-place votes. Guardians third baseman Jose Ramirez finished a distant third. Despite Raleigh's 60 home runs and 125 RBIs, Judge led Raleigh in every other important category offensively. Many voted for Raleigh due to his ability to defensively play the catcher position and demand and importance of position both defensively and to the pitching staff. Those sentiments were not enough, however, as Judge, with 53 home runs this year, also became just the fourth player in MLB history with 4 different seasons of 50 or more home runs. He became the 5th player since 1961 to lead the league in a batting average, slugging percentage, and on-base percentage in a single season. He also intentionally walked an American League record 36 times. A lot of people would say this was a Barry Bonds season for the one and only Aaron Judge. It is an amazing season with a lot of ups and downs. And I say ups and downs because Aaron Judge in the beginning of the season was a world beater. He was averaging 400 for almost 2 months, probably the longest streak we've seen in about 25 years. And the importance of who he is and what he does in a lineup that could get so cold really at any point of the season shows you how important he is to a lineup. He is the indictment of MVP, most valuable player to your team. When you think about Cal Raleigh, and I'm not taking it away from Cal Raleigh and what he's done defensively as a catcher, as how he obviously helps a pen and in the rotation and what he could do on a field. He's a switch hitter. We haven't seen a switch hitter this good and hitting as many home runs. It's Mickey Mantle. I love him as a person. I love the fact after finding out that Aaron Judge won the MVP, he posted up on social media, congratulations to Judge, one of the best players in the league, and he gave him all his props. And that shows you the type of person Cal Raleigh is. I'm not surprised that Aaron Judge won because this is really a competition from the National League to the American League. I think the two best players in the world is Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani. I think we will continue to argue that all the way through for the next 3 to 4 years because these guys are that much better than everybody else. But what makes this feat so interesting and so crazy is really the fact of these numbers from 1961. Think about it. To have the best batting average, the best slugging percentage, and on-base percentage in a single season, to have something like this for over almost it's got to be about 70 years since we've seen a player do this. That, to me, won him the MVP. You could take away what everybody thinks what Cal Raleigh is as a defensive player and as a catcher and as a switch hitter. To lead the league in numbers and when you look at the statistics that the analytics put together, and baseball really tries to build up through mimicking from decade after decade after decade. Aaron Judge speaks highly of what he is as a numbers player and highly as a leader. I think he's the greatest leader we've seen the Yankees have. I don't know Derek Jeter personally. I don't know how he was in a locker room. I've heard over the years that as good as Derek Jeter was as a leader, Alex Rodriguez was just as good a leader in the locker room for the Yankees. Now, I don't know if that's true. That's what I've heard through ex-players that we've talked to. What Aaron Judge does for the Yankees is, to me, everything for who the Yankees are and what the Yankees stand for now. And you can say whatever you want. Aaron Judge took less money to stay with the Yankees. He could have went to play for the Giants. He could have played for San Francisco. I'm not sure, but I think from the San Francisco area. He could have went to play for his home team. His parents going to every single one of his home games. But
he went to Fresno State.
I don't know. I thought he's
he went to Fresno State. Yeah.
Yeah. So my thought here is that Aaron Judge chose the Yankees. And he wanted to be a Yankee for life. And he wanted to be in pinstripes for life. And he knew the pressures of being here and what he needed to do to lead the team. He hasn't won a championship. And his career could lead towards not winning a championship. But right now, at 33 years old, this man is, in my eyes, has been the best player in the league for 3 years. I don't think you can argue the numbers. And everybody says every single year about this guy. How do you beat the year before? How do you beat the year before? And it seems like every single year he shows everybody why he is so special, not only to the Yankees organization, to baseball. Internationally, it goes to Ohtani. But what it is and what it stands for to be in pinstripes and to play in New York and take the pressures of New York and what he did in the playoffs this year, hitting 500 when he was the only one hitting in the playoffs, says a great deal of who he is as a person and as a leader. Congratulations to Cal Raleigh. I'm not going to take anything away from him. And if Aaron Judge was not Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh runs away with the MVP. I don't even think you can argue that. But what Aaron Judge has done in the last 4 years is remarkable. And I don't know how you beat this year and go into another season where you could say, well, try to beat that, Aaron. If there's anybody that can go into a season and you can believe that he is going to beat out what he did the year before, it's Aaron Judge. It's a remarkable feat. And I'm not doing this as a Yankee fan. And I honestly, anybody that knows me, my favorite player on the Yankees is not Aaron Judge. So it says a lot about what I think of the superstar players. This guy is everything to what it is to be a New York Yankee. Everything to be a New York Yankee. Say whatever you want. You want to hate the Yankees organization, as they call them, the evil empire. This team has not been the evil empire since the late 90s and early 2000s. The Yankees need something to be a draw, and this guy is the draw for the Yankees, and I think it's well deserved. Congratulations to Aaron Judge. well-deserved season. I don't think there's anybody that could take away this sensational year he had.
Yeah, you referenced at the beginning of your take of the closest thing with a Barry Bonds type season, because you're not going to have that kind of thing in terms of total home runs in the post-steroid era, unless obviously the guy might be taking steroids. But again, Aaron Judge has as complete of a hitting season as you can have when you lead in 11 offensive statistics. And like you said, going back all the way to 1961, that's right at the start of MLB expansion. Like, that is considered the 50s and the 60s in terms of the quality of play is considered the toughest era for pitching. So
isn't that the last time Cleveland actually won a championship?
That was even further back. That was 1948.
I'm just saying. I mean, when you think about it, it's been a long time.
Yeah, and
Goody, I wasn't making fun of the Guardians. I'm just trying to be.
So you're judging him match up with some of the best home run hitting seasons, the best complete all around seasons of that time. Now you're judging in the Yankees history, where he becomes one of 4 guys to have 4 different 50 home run seasons. And
name those guys.
Yeah, it was Yogi Berra, it was Joe DiMaggio, and it was Lou Gehrig. And who was it? Emmanuel Barbari, when we had him on the show, was mentioning that he wasn't sure if they could have with the long length of the contract, if he's going to have that same kind of thing. And I worried about the time, not from $40 million a year. For 9 years, I worried about the contract at the time too, if he could have lasted the injuries that he was having. And every single year, he continues to get better and better in those areas. And the other thing he's gotten better at too is his chase rate is not as high either as what it was in the beginning of his career. That makes him a really, really tough out in this lineup to get that on base percentage up too. That makes it a really all around, just amazing season for what Aaron Judge.
And you can't pitch around this guy.
No,
he's 6'8", 280 pounds of muscle. You could pitch on the outside. You could pitch on the inside. You could. I mean, look at what the Blue Jays did in that series. They pitched inside on his hands. And what did he do? He pulled the ball at 100 miles per hour right off the pole. I mean, it just shows you what type of player he is and how special he really is for the Yankees and really for baseball. Without him, I know everybody keeps talking about what Shohei Ohtani does. Without a guy in the American League as good as Aaron Judge, it takes away the stardom that we've seen over the years that baseball has brought to the forefront. I think having a guy in the National League like Ohtani and having a guy in the American League like Aaron Judge, and both on different sides of the world, one in New York and the other one in LA, that's what makes baseball crazy right now and special.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that the 2 biggest markets you can market the Yankees and the Dodgers, one current New York team and one former New York team moving to LA. And
don't say that to anybody.
No, I know, but it's still like that kind of rivalry, especially when they played in the World Series. They've been competing with MVPs in the past. Judge and Ohtani were neck and neck in 2022. They gave it to Judge, and again, they've been close in a lot of other races too. And that really brings it. But Judge is a different type of player than Ohtani too, where he even as a rookie was bringing the vibe as a big 6'7" guy too, and his impact on baseball is really insurmountable. And now this type of year, topping it off, is just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, people were like, "Oh, it was a lot closer than I thought." It didn't surprise me. It almost a co-MVP the first time in over 20 years, but something that I really thought was interesting. I don't know if you guys heard it or paid attention or whatever, but Dan Patrick brought this up, and I thought it was really interesting. He goes, "What if it was switched? What if Cal was in New York and Aaron was in Seattle? How different would it be?" And I think that's a very, very good point that they brought up, and it definitely changes things for sure. But they're 2 great years historically that go down for 2 completely different reasons, right? And obviously one person got the award. Do I think it should have been if it was a co-MVP type of year? Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have. Nobody would have been butthurt. Nobody would have been like, "Oh yeah." I mean, obviously, people are going to look at it from both perspectives and either agreed or disagreed. But if it did happen, people weren't going to be up in arms and like, "Holy crap!" It's like we need a recount, like whatever. But yeah, I think it was just somebody had to win. It was unbelievable years by both, and to both of their credits, I mean, obviously great ambassadors of the game. 2 good dudes. Don't know either of them, but everybody that I've talked to said they're just great people, which obviously is more important than anything you'll ever do on a baseball field. So baseball's in a good spot with those guys being able to, and obviously they're representing USA So that'll be fun. But yeah, just it's going to be a year where you're going to remember both of these. Obviously, you're going to remember Judge getting the MVP, but you're not going to like we could talk about it all the time. Who came in second last year? You know, it's one of those seasons where you're not going to forget it like others. And then Jose Ramirez is kind of the stepchild of it all.
A lot. He's always
there's only been 4 players in history. They're all Hall of Famers and at third base. And Jose Ramirez is low key probably, if he continues down this road, is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Because everybody that has been in his situation and done what he's done, they're all Hall of Famers. And there's only been 3 others besides him in the history of baseball to do what he's done. And he's playing at a wrong time when somebody is really, really good and continues to get better over time. Will we see how his career unfolds as far as he's still going to play the outfield? Speaking of Judge, is how much longer does he play the outfield? Do they try a thing at first, or do they move him straight to DH? Father Time doesn't lose. So a body that big and a man that has played as many games as he had, and obviously there's been some years with some bad luck, right? But I mean, he answers the bell in as many games as he can. So it'll be interesting to see. And then obviously Cal from the other side, it's like, you know, how long can he do what he did? I think it's amazing what he did behind the plate. Crazy. No pass balls to be able to navigate, you know, 13 different, and obviously the guys that are up and down, but 13 of your main guys, trying to make sure that you keep them on their P's and Q's. And it just 2 historically great years that this will be one that they go back and you will remember who came in second. And that's a lot to be said for where the game of baseball is at.
I want to bring you back to, Errol, when we talked about Raleigh and Judge the first time. I think it was right before the All-Star break when Raleigh was leading with the home runs as he went into the home run derby. And I said, is he going to have to get 62 home runs to beat Judge for the MVP? And I think we decided at the time that he probably would need to have 62. He ended up at 60, and he got close. And I think that's the point, because the guy only hit 247 on top of all this stuff. I don't know if there's been an MVP who's hit under 250, to be honest with you, ever. I'm not sure. I didn't Google that, but I do think if he hit 62 instead of 60, they give him the award. You know, that would tie the American League record. It still doesn't mean he had a better season than Judge, in my opinion. I think that the stats that I like to look at, it's one of my favorite stats. I know you hate the advanced analytics, Errol. My favorite one is this WRC plus. And basically, it's 100 means you're an average player. Like 100%, that's average as it comes. Judge is 221 this year. That means that he is 2.21 times better than the average player in baseball. Raleigh finished like a 160 something. That means Judge is 60% of a better hitter than Cal Raleigh is. It wasn't particularly close in that metric. And I know you don't like WAR so much, but Judge was better than him by a whole WAR point as well, despite the fact catcher's a more valuable position. And I want to remind you that Judge partially tore his Tommy John ligament in his elbow.
Yep.
And had to miss time and couldn't really throw.
And played in the playoffs.
Toughed it out. Played. His average dropped. It should have been around 350, but it dropped because he was playing hurt. And it took him a while to get to the point where he can get back. And thankfully, he got back in time for the playoffs. Unfortunately, the rest of the team wasn't there. I think what Judge has done is being undersold. I don't think it should have been that close. I think he was significantly better than Raleigh this year. But, you know, give Raleigh a lot of credit. It was an amazing season. It's just he's playing in the same league as Aaron Judge.
League average, too. Cal Raleigh hit higher than a league average. Like, league overall average is 245.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's taking away how good Cal Raleigh's been. I mean, I'm not taking away from him. If he won, I would have said, or it was a co-MVP. I don't think I would argue that either. But when you look at the metrics, like you and I do not like analytics. The way they bring these analytics to the forefront. The thing that I look at all the time is batting average, and I look at home runs, and I look at on base percentage. Those are the 3 things I look. And when I look at that, even with Aaron Judge being out as significant, he was out for 3 weeks, and he shouldn't have come back. A lot of people thought at the time the Yankees were falling apart, and he needed to come back. As soon as he came back, it took him a while to figure things out. Once he did, the Yankees started winning. Why do you think the Yankees started winning? Was because he started to hit. And I think he just makes a complete difference. When we talk about MVP, okay, and I'm not saying Shohei Ohtani isn't the best player in the National League. I would absolutely say that he is. When I look at Shohei Ohtani, he's playing for an all-world team. The team is unbelievable. He doesn't have to pitch because he's got Yamamoto on that roster. He doesn't have to hit because he's got Friedman and Mookie Betts on that roster and other guys on that roster. What Aaron Judge does for that lineup, when we talk about most valuable player, is if he hits and he puts on, if he's 3 for 4 or 3 for 5, there's a good chance the Yankees are going to win a game. And that's because what he does is he puts every pitcher in that position to say, well, I can pitch around him, but if I pitch around him or try to pitch around him, he's still going to be chasing. He's still going to try to hit the ball out of the ballpark, or he's trying to pull it to the other side of the plate, sort of side of the field. So what makes Aaron Judge so special is you can't pitch around him. He's 6'8". He stands in a box where he just completely dominates. And I remember in the past, everybody says, well, how do you get Aaron Judge? How do you get Aaron Judge out? Well, you got to pitch up high and inside. You can't do that to him anymore because he'll just pull the ball. So it's incredible.
He did that once. If you look at his numbers on balls right there, balls on the inside, he was hitting less than 150. Like, he did it once, and it just so happened to be in the playoffs. Like, let's not say he's the greatest inside ball hitter because he's not.
I didn't say he's the greatest, but
you said you can't throw him there because he's going to pull it. No, he's not.
It's amazing he did, though. I think it was just like so bizarre that he pulled that's the pitch that was like the statement of that game for him.
And Jabba, I'm going to give you a little shout out on this. When we go into the season this year, and he's one of the best at pulling those balls, because it seems like every single year,
I guarantee you, it's less than 180 on balls inner third, 95.
Every year, this guy finds a way. Well, how is he going to be better? How's he going to be better? And he finds something that he wasn't good at, and he gets better at.
So what are you going to do when you're wrong?
Then I'm wrong. And what am I going to do when I'm right? So
well, you're not going to be right. I can promise you that.
All right. Well.
Okay. So, but I want to ask you guys too in this, and you're talking about these stats. So why didn't Judge win in against Altuve?
It's interesting because obviously Altuve cheated, and now that's really even more tainted for that. I don't know if MLB wants to give it to a rookie as much, which I never had a problem with him giving it to a rookie.
First of all,
probably with all the other awards,
he should have won that year. A lot of people.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
He should have. And again, at the time, I mean, Altuve is what, 5'6". I mean, he was putting up these power numbers that we've never seen a small player put up. I mean, he was Muggsy Bogues on a baseball field. Honestly, that's what he
does
was.
It every year.
He's great. Nobody's taking away how good Jose Altuve is and what he does for the lineup of the Astros. But that was the year, wasn't that the year they were caught cheating and all that other stuff?
He knew what pitch was coming.
Yeah, so
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you know.
I'm just saying, like, I think you're going to do.
Could you imagine?
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You ask some of the
it?
greatest players that play this game, they don't want to know the pitch. Like, they would rather not. Like, knowing the pitch sometimes is worse than not knowing it. Trust me.
So why do it though?
Some people like it. Like, some people, it's second when you would relay signs. Some people like, we have everything. Like, we would literally have everything. And they're like, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Like Manny Ramirez, they always said was a guess hitter, right? I think it would help guys like that, that they're just looking for a pitch. They know what pitch it is. Now they have it. That's what they want to do.
It still doesn't matter. I could throw a pitch right down the middle and he missed. They're going to fail 70% of the time.
Sure.
Like, and you have to remember that. So even though they know the pitch, like, it just amazes me when people are like, oh, he cheated. Yeah, okay, he cheated. Like, we all know what pitches. Like, we don't know sometimes when we're tipping and doing the same things. They don't tell us till after. They know exactly what we're doing, and I still got guys out.
I just think, like, Jabba, like, you're right. And they get out 70% of the time if they're a 300 hitter, right? And that means they're a great player. If they get out 75% of the time, that's 250 hitter, right?
And they're
that's
still
above
great
league average.
nowadays because
That's
league
still
average is
above
less.
league average. By the way, I looked it up. Ohtani, 257 was the lowest ever batting average for an MVP in 2021. But I don't think that really matters because to me, like, if you can get an extra 1 or 2% Jabba, if I can get to maybe 32% of the time, you know, I don't fail. Now I'm a 320 hitter, and now I've gotten enough of a marginal increase that guys throughout sports, you know, they're looking for that edge. It gives Altuve, you know, 5 extra home runs. It gives Altuve 15 extra points.
Okay, I understand that. So why doesn't everybody? So why do some of the greatest players literally will like don't tell me if that's the way you're thinking?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you because like I was like, you know, why do it then? You know, if you don't think it's going to help, then it shouldn't be something you do. I just figured they thought it would help them.
All right, fine. If it doesn't really matter if he knows the pitch or not, the fact here is, if you would ask me who was the MVP that year, I would say it was Aaron Judge. And I'm not saying because I'm a Yankee fan. That was what Aaron Judge's second year it was his full year.
First full, yeah.
Yeah, it was his first full year, and he's putting up numbers like that. I mean, that by itself is incredible. And again, in the American League East, you're in the hardest division in sports. I mean, everybody says the American League. I know it's changed a little bit, but the American League East is the best in baseball. It always is. It really is. And you're doing that in the American League East, where you're doing that against the Rays. You're doing it against the Red Sox. I mean, it's harder. It's hard already to play in baseball and to do the things that you're doing, but to do it the way he was doing it as a rookie, it's even more incredible. So yeah, I guess you could go back. We could go back and forth. I do believe Aaron Judge should be a 4-time MVP. And by the way, I want to say something before we move on because we got a lot more to get into. I loved how close he is with his family. And the way he brought his whole family and he took it away from him. I don't know if anybody noticed that. The fact that they were interviewing and his whole family, his brother-in-laws, his wife, his mother and father, his dogs were there, and how he took all took the cameras away from himself just to speak about his family, and without his family, he wouldn't be here, and how it was like to be a high school player and a pee-wee base, young player trying to hit T-ball, and talking about his growth as his maturation as a baseball player, and to become a professional athlete and to do what he's doing. It was something of a dream. And he says, this is a dream that it's a long dream that came true. And that says a lot about who Aaron Judge is he took the spotlight off of himself and gave it to his family. And I love that about him. And I just think that what he brings to the table every single day, his leadership, his personality, and what it takes to be in pinstripes, and the pressure that you have to take. And Jabba, you know that when you're in pinstripes, it's a different kind of pressure. And
he should have took that mentality on that rock-looking Halloween outfit, though, he was rocking. Man, he could have picked a better fit than that, though.
I loved it. He didn't have the fanny pack though.
I know, but man, he had that rock vibe. I was like, man, I hope like it comes out that he did it like because that's hilarious.
I got it in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. I couldn't get the picture with the whole family, but you got the 2 puppies there. I mean, Judge is the man, dude. Like, he's the best Yankee I've ever seen. And I've seen championship teams with championship players, but as a single skilled player, talent-wise, he had his numbers. He's had 3 seasons or 4 seasons over 200 WRC plus.
4.
A-Rod never got over 200.
I will say this, and we got to move on, but I will say this: if he continues on this trajectory, even if he's not going to break Babe Ruth's home run record, and he's not going to be as beloved as Mickey Mantle was. I'm going to tell you, because Mickey Mantle is probably the most beloved Yankee of all time. I don't care what anybody says, he was. You talk
and the most hated.
And the most hated from, yes, but as far as the Yankee fans are concerned, the first thing the old timers will say, who's your favorite player? Mickey Mantle. Every single Yankee fan old Yankee fan that I've met, I always ask him, like, who's Yogi Berra? He's like, Mickey Mantle. I mean, you ask Michael Kay, you ask anybody that's a Yankee fan, they'll tell you Mickey Mantle's their favorite. But I'm just saying,
I know we got to move on, but I'm afraid if he doesn't win, his legacy won't be as good as what it is.
I think so too. He's got to win. If he wins one championship, and I think he will. I think the Yankees will win a championship. I don't think it's this year, but I think it's coming. And I do believe that there's a big trade that's going to happen very, very soon that could change the trajectory of the New York Yankees. So we'll see. There's a good chance it could happen a lot sooner than later. And everybody knows who I'm talking about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Speedy Step Week.
The Speedy. Well, you may run like Mays, but you hit like of the week.
Because they don't have tongues. All right, so I'm going to go into one. Fish, you might like this one. It's you being an offensive and defensive line coach. Unblocked sacks is something that is the theme this week. They were mentioning it during the Bills and the Bucs game. And the Buccaneers lead the NFL right now with 10 unblocked sacks. So obviously, defender going untouched. For Fish, you teach all your guys all that technique and stuff like that. And they've had 67, which is 10 higher to the next NFL team since Todd Bowles took over as the defensive coordinator in 2019. Didn't help him much against the Bills, but there's an interesting stat about Todd Bowles and his blitz packages. They keep working.
If you got unblocked sacks, you got a good D coordinator. That's really what that means. Great.
I will say this. I'm not a big Todd Bowles fan because he coached my Jets, and he only had one good season, and that was his rookie season as a head coach. And he was pretty much down and out after that. He was gone within 3 years after that one season. I will say this about Todd Bowles. His transition as a defensive coordinator into a coach with Tampa Bay, and really the development of Baker Mayfield. And everybody likes to compliment Canales and all the offensive coordinators that have been there. I think Todd Bowles deserves a little bit more credit than a lot of people don't give him credit for. And I think he was the head coach when the transition came, and he's been the coach for the transition of what it is now as the team. And I think they're a contender. If they can get back Mike Evans before season's end, and I believe he could come back. There's a chance that he could be back, and so will Godwin. Godwin will definitely be back. We'll see. And Bucky Irvin hasn't even played yet. When Bucky Irvin comes back, they're going to have a running game.
Is Bucky Irvin alive?
Yeah, he's alive. But he's killing me right now in fantasy. But when Bucky Irvin comes back and they obviously consider themselves a running team again, I think they could be really, really scary. Watch out for the Buccaneers. I'm telling you, watch out for this team. If they get their running game back and they can get Godwin and maybe Mike Evans back with Mbuka, I mean, forget it. I mean, this team is going to be fun to watch in the playoffs. Really, really fun. So
they're going to have to stop someone defensively. We'll talk about them in a minute, but we've got to whip around.
Whip around.
I'm not doing any freaking tag team crap.
All right, welcome to the whip around. We're going to go through it a little different this week. We're going to try to focus on a couple of key games, go faster through the games that nobody cares about. Rams 22, Seahawks 19. That was the marquee game of the week. If you watched it, you know that it was back and forth the whole time. You saw great play throughout the game. Star players like Jackson Smith and Jigba, 9 catches, another over 100-yard game for him. But the story of the game was the Rams defense. The Rams defense picked off Sam Darnold not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 times. In fact, if you remember correctly, it was the same Rams defense that got him kicked out of Minnesota in the playoffs, humiliating him in much the same way. Errol.
Well, it wasn't Sam's best game, but I will say this. Sam stayed in the pocket. He still was tough, and he still played. It wasn't like Sam Darnold was hurt. He kept his team in the game. He found a way to get his team back into the game. The Rams defense has played sensational. Their secondary, which I took shots at last week, and I was unsure about their secondary. Well, I was wrong about that. They showed up, and they showed up in a big way. And I'll tell you this, Matthew Stafford, everybody keeps talking about, hey, you know what May is doing, he should be the MVP. May has had the easiest schedule. Matthew Stafford right now, they could argue that these were the two best teams really going into this week in all of the NFL, and they went head-to-head. Matthew Stafford, say whatever you want, deserves a little bit more credit than people have given him. I think Matthew Stafford didn't have his best game, but when he needed to make plays, he made the plays. And, 89.9 quarterback rating. I know he only threw 130 yards in a game, but he had 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, no mistakes, and he got everybody involved in the game. And they can run the ball. And this offensive line, a lot better than I thought they were going to be this year. I mean, the Rams are the full package. The Rams could absolutely win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, you were mentioning the secondary. I think if the secondary could play at this kind of level, obviously some of them were self-inflicted turnovers with Darnold, but 2 guys coming from Washington and Cameron Crowe, the safety with the Ron Rivera team, and Emmanuel Forbes, who Jeff really liked in a first-round pick 2 years ago that popped over there in Washington, played very well in that game. We know that front seven is very good. And their offensive line, too, deserves a lot of credit, too. Very underrated. And the defense held their own. Seattle's defense held their own in the red zone, just wasn't enough to survive the turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story of the game was turnovers. I mean, we took advantage of that, and obviously that's sometimes the straw that breaks the camel's back is when you can't get over those turnovers, and one possession, and there you go, and obviously came back to bite them in the butt. So yeah, a great game though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll see those two teams square off one more time. Let's get to New York football. We don't have to spend a lot of time here, but we will do New York together, I think, always the rest of the season. The Patriots beat the Jets on Thursday Night Football 27-14. Justin Fields, you ain't going to see him no more. They benched him for next week. Tyrod Taylor will be starting. 116 yards, a touchdown, 67 on the ground, another touchdown. He did have a fumble lost in the game. Just not getting it done in the air. Garrett Wilson's been on the IR. John Mechie III caught a touchdown for the Jets. I'm glad he made it back from his cancer, but I don't think you want him as your number one receiver, Errol, is the Jets. For the Patriots, Stephon Diggs went over 100 yards. The real story, Drake May again, very accurate, 25-34, 281 and a touchdown. But the story was Ohio State rookie running back Travion Henderson, 3 touchdowns, second straight multiple touchdown game. Errol, when you faced me in fantasy, I didn't have Travion yet. Now I do.
Please. And again, the only reason why he's getting all those touches is because Stevenson is out right now. But listen, Henderson's been good. I'm not taking it away from him, but I don't think that the Patriots are as good as everybody sees their record to be. Okay? They've beaten nobody. They've beaten teams. The Jets stink. They beat the Buccaneers without a running game. They've beaten nobody. You'll play whatever's on your schedule. So you want to say that Drake May right now is the MVP of the league, and his schedule is even easier. So who's to say he doesn't win the MVP? But you have to look at the schedule and the way the schedule is set up for him. That's why they are where they are. I am not going to argue that. The AFC East is horrible. Besides the Buffalo Bills, the Miami Dolphins, even though they pulled off that debacle, I mean, the Miami Dolphins stink. The Jets stink. I mean, there's nothing impressive about the AFC East, so I'm not surprised. And yes, by the way, I got a story up right now on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network on the Tyrod Taylor situation. So go check it out. I did it today. It's definitely funny. Speedy was reading it. It's definitely one of my quicker ones, but it definitely has a little bit of a touch of my personality on the Justin Fields. I thought Justin Fields was going to be a lot better than he is. I mean, there's nothing more to say about the Jets. The Jets stink. That's it.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Patriots are still right now finding their groove in some areas. Defense and offensive line, definitely a question mark still in some areas, but they have better than expected receivers, and a lot of that to do with Drake May elevating his game. Their game's a little bit. Tight ends play is strong too. And now let's see if their lack of aggressiveness at the trade deadline could hurt them, but right now they're on the top as far as Buffalo's defense keeps struggling.
Remember, you have to play the best teams in the playoffs. Remember that. You're not going against this garbage that you're playing Carolina and Jacksonville or any of the garbage that you've seen them play. Wait until they match up against elite teams. Then we can talk about how great Drake May's been, okay? Please. By the way, Mikey C, kiss my ass.
Yeah. I was just waiting for a Mikey C comment at some point. Usually it comes in there somewhere. But yeah, Drake May's Drake May. I mean, his stock keeps going up. Yeah, your Jets are a struggle fest. I mean, that's just kind of the way it is. But now the Giants, I think Cam Scatterboo is more busy now that he's hurt than when he was actually playing football. So he's enjoying his downtime because they're not going to win any games. So he might as well go enjoy himself and not have to watch terrible football. So that's the New York football scene in a nutshell.
I will say this about the Giants. Jameis Winston, I mean, I
love him.
I could see why Kafka wanted him to start over Russell Wilson. I just think the team kind of feels a little bit more comfortable in him standing behind the line of scrimmage and calling the plays. I could see why nobody, and we've had many players on the show not like Russell Wilson, and why Kafka decided to go with Winston over Wilson. Wilson is crying, or he was upset. Winston, I mean, just something about his swagger that makes you think that the crab legs are the worst thing we've heard about him. And the best thing we've heard about him is staying away from Ubers. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, they seem to rally about him in a different way. And I think the Giants' quality of play in the beginning of the game was very good. Green Bay's quality of play is concerning. They really won this game on a bunch of spectacular catches, and the Giants missing some tackles.
Jordan Love looks horrible last 2 weeks.
And the offensive line looks really bad, too. Now Josh Jacobs is hurt. The Packers are in a world of trouble because the Giants, again, they didn't play their best either, but the quality of play might have been a little better.
I got news for you. Christian Watson just came back for them. He's better at football than anyone the Giants had in the secondary, and just made them look like children going up for catches in the end zone against them. He's really good. He's their red zone threat. If they can get Reed back, they'll be fine. But look, I don't think this is a perfect team. Here's the problem. The Giants should have tied that game. And the only thing I want to say, and Errol is the only thing I'm going to talk about in this whip around, is Jalen Hyatt should have been left at the bus stop. He shouldn't have got back in the locker room. They should have threw his ass out of town. Unbelievable. That play, I call that play in my school. It's the basic play. It's a smash route. Peyton Manning threw it to Marvin Harrison a million frickin' times. One guy goes low, the other guy runs a corner behind him. He stopped his corner route when Jameis was throwing it. Now, if he doesn't catch the ball, it's fine. But he just stopped and made the easiest interception to lose the game. That was the most losing play I've ever seen a Giants receiver do. I don't understand why he's still on the team, and I'm done. There's nothing else I can say about it. I don't get why he's still on the team. Let's talk about those blowouts we don't care about. We got the Steelers. I'm just going to tell you a couple of headlines from this game. Jamar Chase and Jalen Ramsey got into it. Jamar Chase got suspended a game. They caught him spitting on Ramsey.
Denying it.
How do you deny anything nowadays with cameras everywhere?
It's like that Shaggy song. It wasn't me. You know?
Dude, I got caught so many times picking my nose. It was unbelievable.
The Jaguars embarrassed the Chargers. I think it might have been Wes who said that cross-country flight was going to be bad. He was right. And the Cardinals weren't anywhere close to the 49ers, but because it wasn't close, Jacoby Brissett broke all sorts of passing records trying to catch up against some prevent defenses. Anything you guys want to talk about these games?
No, I should have started Brock Purdy.
I should have started
Mikey C to trade him to me. Mikey C won't trade me Brock Purdy, for the record. And
I should have started Michael Wilson at the Beavs. Like, I added him in case Devontae Adams didn't play, and he gets 35 points or whatever.
Mikey C will never trade any good players away. He gives you these weird trades, and he says, I'll trade you this guy for two of your guys. And I'm looking at him like, no, I won't do that. Mikey always tries to pull a fast one on everybody. Nobody's stupid enough to fall for it, except there's a couple of people that have fallen for his stupidity. But he would never come to me and try to pull one of those things off of me. I tell him to go, you know what I would tell you. You know what I tell him in personal old fashion in many different ways of words. So he won't come to me and ask me to do something stupid like that. Ever.
All right.
I don't think
Let's
Mikey
get to
C's
some
ever.
good games. How about we do some good games?
Mm-hmm.
The Bills and the Bucks. You mentioned it before. The Bills 44, Bucks 32. Again, no running game for the Bucks except their Syracuse player, Sean Tucker went wild for them. They're going to get him more involved in the offense. Let me pull up the exact stats for you. For some reason, I can't find it. Here it is. He had 106 yards and 2 touchdowns. Josh Allen was the story of this game. He started the game off slow. 2 interceptions early in the game. Not much scoring right off the bat. It's 7-3 Buffalo at the end of the first. All of a sudden, 31 points get scored in the second quarter. It's out of control. Josh Allen goes into crazy Josh Allen mode. 3 touchdowns passing, 3 touchdowns rushing, 40 yards on the ground, 317 through the air. It didn't matter who he was throwing to. He just found ways to make plays, and he made more plays than they were able to make on the other side of the field. It's just kind of hard to even say what's going to take to stop him, other than his own defense.
Didn't Josh Allen tie the rushing record for quarterbacks too?
I think it was rushing touchdowns.
Rushing touchdowns,
He's the
yeah.
first quarterback. He's the only quarterback he's done it twice now, 3 passing and 3 rushing in a game.
Right. And in the other game, it was a defensive struggle. The Eagles and the Lions, obviously that was the Sunday night game. Very controversial call at the end of that game, preventing the Lions from making a comeback. They had a furious chance. They got Gibbs on a pass into the end zone to make it a 1-score game. A bad pass interference call that Chris Collinsworth ripped apart on the spot, cost them a chance to tie it up. Errol.
Well, we all know what Josh Allen is and what he stands for the Bills. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If the Bills can get things together going into the playoffs, I think the Bills are the team to beat in the AFC. I don't care how good Indianapolis is. I don't care how good the Broncos look this weekend against Kansas City, beating them in overtime. I don't want to hear it. What I thought that stood out to me is what Josh Allen is to his team. You want to talk about championship? We talk about Aaron Judge and how important Aaron Judge is to the Yankees. Josh Allen is as important to the Bills. I think he's incredible. I think he's the guy that you want leading your team. He's the leader, and he can run, he can throw. He's a fullback playing at the quarterback position. That's what he is. He runs people over. It's incredible to watch, and he looks like he's a different player this year. He might not have the numbers to be the MVP, but he looks more happier. He looks like he's got something to play for. I'm telling you, watch out for the Bills this year. They get into the playoffs, and they're in position as one of the lead wildcard teams because they're not going to win that division the way the Patriots have everything set up. I'm telling you, this might be the year to watch the Bills go to the Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl. As far as the Bucs are concerned, they got to get Bucky Irvin back. If they get him back, I think they'll be fine. They'll win the division. They're the best team in that division. The Eagles, Lions, I told you guys, Eagles might not be that prolific offensive team this year like they were last year where they can do everything. But this defense is beastly. And when they play at the top of their game, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't think there's anybody that can beat them. Their secondary is not even 100% yet. I'm telling you, they're going to be scary in the playoffs. I don't think you want to go to Philadelphia in the cold against these big banging, delicious, dominant green men. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it'll be
delicious.
It'll be interesting to see, Mac.
I'm not going to eat them, but they're delicious.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the versatility.
Delicious, Speedy, say it.
Delicious. There you go. It'll be interesting to see the versatility of the secondary. I talked about the trade deadline moves with how they can move Cooper DeJean around.
I look delicious.
And you've seen him be also used an outside corner in
I
this
look
game
delicious.
because they have the versatility with the safeties. Quinion Mitchell had an unbelievable game, held St. Brown at 0 catches that he was targeted to. That's the next level of this Eagles defense that even at the points last year you didn't see with them. The offensive line lost Lane Johnson. We'll see how they can bounce back with that, but still able to run the ball effectively enough. And the Lions, they ran the ball okay. They passed the ball with the running backs okay. They were shut down everywhere else. But give their defense credit, they held their own.
Delicious. Say Chopper. Delicious.
No, first of all, I'm not referring to anything as delicious unless I'm talking about food. Eagles D was crazy. Fun game.
Delicious.
No, it definitely wasn't delicious. Yeah, I mean it's crazy too. Scoop just brought it up too, and I was thinking about this, how good the Bills have been and how good Josh Allen, and they've never been to a Super Bowl. it's bound to happen at some time. He's too good to not get there at some point. But yeah, I think it's going to be tough going into the cold. They love it. It's going to be interesting to see how this end of the year plays out and in the matchups that we're going to have going into the playoffs.
All right, we got another one to go through quickly. I call this one close crap. This is the Dolphins beating the Commanders 16-13 in overtime. Same score, not in overtime, between the Texans and Titans. And the Panthers beat the Falcons 30-27 in overtime. The real news out of that one, Michael Penix looks like he's out for the season with a knee injury. Looks like Kirk Cousins will be getting to play after all over there. Texans, again, offense not looking great and against a lowly team. And Mike McDaniel keeps winning and holding on to his job in Miami. Anything else you want to talk about with these three?
Not really. Honestly, I like Mike McDaniel, so I want him to do well. Minnie Mouse, Mighty Mouse, whatever you want to call him. Mickey Mouse, I want to see him successful. As far as Kirk Cousins is concerned, really, this just only sports the opportunity for him to have the rest of the season to prove himself so he can get another job in the offseason. Because I do believe there's a team here in New York that's going to be looking for a veteran quarterback, and that's my Jets. And I could see Kirk Cousins being that guy. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, he also gives a chance to, because the Falcons might have to keep some of the money no matter if they trade him or not, because how bad Penix's injury could be definitely concerning long term. But the Falcons are done this season, and so are the Texans. This win doesn't prove anything for them either.
Yeah, these are all definitely not much to talk about. They're NFL teams with some NFL players that are decently worth watching, but only if you got nothing else to do and you need to take a quick nap.
They're not delicious. They're not delicious.
No.
All right, last one, guys. We got two good ones here. The Broncos beat the Chiefs 22-19 on a last-second field goal.
Can't believe that, by the way.
Pretty wild. Kind of using the Chiefs' old medicine against them.
Yep.
And the Bears outlasted the Vikings 19-17. In this one...
Hold on. Say it right. First place Bears. Say that.
Oh, okay. First place Bears.
There you go.
7-3.
Yeah.
7-3 Bears, 4-6 Vikings. Caleb Williams, 50% passing, 193 yards. Not great statistics. This game was real fight it out in the trenches. It was a real defensive battle. I thought Caleb kind of acquitted himself okay against the best defensive coordinator in the league. J.J. McCarthy, on the other hand, maybe not. J.J. has been struggling this year. A couple interceptions for McCarthy. Again, it was close. There was a big interception in the end zone by a guy named Nashon Wright. He was someone I'm going to bring up in the Sports Minute a little bit. And the other game, the Broncos and Chiefs, again, like we said, it came down to that final field goal. Kelsey had 91 yards and a touchdown, but really wasn't a statistic game. It was just back and forth. Last one with the ball had it. Good clock management, two good teams with good coaching, and the team that had the ball last one.
Well, I will say this about the Broncos. I don't remember the last time a team has beaten the Chiefs both times in a season. So I think they got the number, but I've never seen a team get beaten 3 times in a season. And if they meet in the playoffs, I don't know, but they beat them in Kansas City, so that says a lot. And it was one of those games that kind of just, I know it was 22-19, nothing fun to watch. I mean, it was back and forth. And I'm going to tell you this, Kansas City's defense, they just look old. They just look old. That's all I'm going to say about that. As far as the Bears are concerned, when you know you're a good team, you find a way to win games that, they're ugly. It's an ugly game. That was an ugly game. And Caleb Williams didn't have one of his best days. They just did enough to win the game, and that says a lot about the Bears, and I think the Bears are going to win the division. I think the Bears have a good chance to win 11 games this year, and watch out. I'm just saying, watch out for the Bears.
Yeah, these are the games they were losing last year because they were point differential-wise good. We knew they had talent. They had some injuries, but this is a team that is much better coached now, much better down the stretch. Now, some of the games probably, like you were saying, Errol, they struggle with the Giants. They struggle with the Saints. Like, it's not like they're a world-beating team right now, but they're 7-3. Those are the games they would have lost last year. The Vikings, they're just trying to find their own right now. McCarthy does not look great. The Broncos, though, they're the best fourth quarter team in the NFL this year, offensively speaking, and they have the best defense in the NFL. And they gave, like you said, they gave the Chiefs their own medicine because this is what they were doing last year. And now they finally have the adversity to do it. And Sean Payton and Bo Nix deserve a lot of credit for that.
You're on mute, bud.
He's on mute. She's on mute.
No, it's interesting with the Broncos fans. I'm like, I'm not gonna watch until the second half, probably the fourth quarter now, because that's really all that happens. But yeah, I thought it was a little eerie though. They showed the highlights of how the Chiefs, blocked the kick, and I'm like, oh boy, it's gonna turn. But yeah, no, it's the Broncos are doing it. It's not pretty sometimes, but they make it interesting and make it fun. And Bears and Vikings, it was JJ McCarthy. He's bipolar as a quarterback. I get it's only his sixth game, so that it is what it is. But it's freaking. There's sometimes he looks like he knows what to do, and other times I'm like, dude, what team are you throwing it to? Like, what are we doing here?
Check your lug nuts.
So I saw something on JJ McCarthy before we finish this. He's like Zoolander. He can't go left. Every time he tries to throw left, his numbers drop by 15%, and his feet look all screwed up. Some guys have trouble doing that, but usually not at the NFL level. Guys, that has been yet another Whip Around.
Whore bag. It's loose. All right. When we come back, we got Jabba rules. We have Caged In MMA, and then we have Dial It Up. We got a lot more left, so let's go to a quick break. We'll be back after this.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with another Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before we go through the scores this evening. ESPN's Jeff Passan reported on Sunday that the Seattle Mariners and first baseman Josh Naylor reached a 5-year deal for the midseason acquisition to stay in Seattle for the long haul. Naylor, 28 years old, was traded from the Diamondbacks that had recently acquired him themselves from the Guardians last year after Naylor spent the first 5+ years of his career with Cleveland. Naylor was even better for the Mariners than he was for the Diamondbacks after coming over, hitting .299 with .341 on base and a .490 slugging, with 9 homers, 33 RBIs, and 19 stolen bases in 19 attempts. Naylor was actually 30 of 32 on steals for this season, leading first baseman. Naylor also profiles decent fielding first baseman and was near the top of many teams' wish lists as the offseason is just getting underway ahead of the 2026 season. Contract details have yet to be released. And sad news out of Oakland last week as former Last Chance U coach John Beam died after being shot on campus at Laney College. This was actually the second shooting on an Oakland, California campus, as a student was shot the day before at Skyline High School, where Beam used to work. But luckily, that student survived the attack. Beam was acting as the athletic director of Laney College after years of working as a football coach there. Beam was featured on Season 5 of the Netflix series Last Chance U that chronicled junior college players. A suspect was taken into custody on Friday and charged today with murder, and it appears it was a targeted attack. Laney College released a statement over the weekend. "We are stunned and heartbroken that such violence has touched our campus and one of the most respected and beloved members of our Laney, Peralta, and Oakland community. John Beam is a renowned coach, teacher, mentor, and leader whose impact extends far beyond athletics." Beam is credited with getting over 20 players to the NFL and over 100 into Division I football. One of Beam's NFL players, Nashawn Wright, was visibly moved after intercepting J.J. McCarthy in the end zone for the Bears in Week 11 and got down and prayed for his former coach. John Beam was 66 years old. In Monday Night Football right now, the Raiders are trying to come back against the Cowboys. They are trailing 31-16 with just under 12 minutes left in the fourth. In fact, change that score. It's been a safety. Now it is 33-16. Don't expect the Raiders to come back in that one. In basketball, the Knicks fell short tonight to the Heat. There was a big rally. They were down 10, fall short 2 points, 115-113. Still in action right now. It's just at the end of the third. It's 103-93 Bulls over the Nuggets. And everything else is a final tonight. The Cavaliers 118, the Bucks 106. Pistons are 12-2 right now. They beat the Pacers 127-112. The Pacers are 1-13. The Sixers 110. The Clippers 108. Same score, Raptors win over the Hornets 110-108. Timberwolves 120, Mavericks 96, and Thunder 126, Pelicans 109. In hockey, at the end of the first, it's 1-0 Ducks over the Mammoth. And concluded earlier tonight, the Hurricanes beat the Bruins in Boston 3-1. Sabres beat the Oilers 5-1. Panthers 8, Canucks 5, and a wild one in Florida. 2-1 Capitals over the Kings. And in a shootout, the Blue Jackets outlasted the Canadiens 4-3. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Four bag. It's loose.
I want to do a walk.
Blood out of. Victory 1 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. You know who I am. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I look delicious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we do Jabba Rules, by the way, we are brought to you by something, Jabba.
Yeah, this segment of Jabba Rules is brought to you by Veteran Renovations out here in Lincoln, Nebraska. It is a Marine veteran-owned company. They have 30 years of experience. And don't wait until small issues become big issues. They have financing available. They got strong warranties and even 0% financing options. So it's the holidays. No, things are tight. They got great deals. So check them out at veteranrenovationsne.com on the interweb, or check them out on social media at VeteransRenoNE on the Twitter, and check them out and let them know we sent you and get some work done. They're great to work with.
The rah-rah shish kumbah.
There you go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Jabba Rules.
Jabba Rules.
Chicka, 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 chicka.
I had to take a shit.
As we all know. Jabba, you ready now?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go, Jabba. All you.
Yeah, we in this segment of Jabba Rules, it's going to start out a little bit kind of mundane. I don't know if you guys, as another social media person, B from Barstool, Cody Frank, passed away, and they were doing the Internet Invitational. And what is so cool about sports and kind of what we get to do, we get to touch lives in a lot of different ways that maybe we wouldn't, and get to know people on a certain kind of social media level. And with his passing, they had the Internet Invitational, and he was actually ended up winning the tournament. But from what it came, they named the tournament after him, and they started a scholarship fund at Ferris State University to support students that want to go into the PGA management program that he did. So, you know, we lost him at 31 years old, but, you know, what comes out of it, what rules is the fact that his legacy is going to live on, and the type of person that he was, and the love that he had for golf. And, you know, kids are going to get an opportunity and a scholarship named after him at his college. So just thought that was really cool for somebody deserving and, you know, didn't have enough time on this earth, but really, really cool to see how that does. So that definitely rules.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Jabba Rules. All right. Well, we got to get into some UFC conversation, and yeah, it was a crazy, crazy weekend, ladies and gentlemen. UFC 322.
We got the drop.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's.
Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls were hot.
This is
Caged in MMA.
Made my nipples hard.
Oh, there he is. There's Jake. I always forget the drop. You know what it is? I'm so used to not having a drop, and now we have a drop. So, anyways, UFC 322 recap. In UFC 322 main event, Islam, yes, Makhachev defeated Jack Maddalena to win the welterweight championship. Islam moves to 28-1 in his career and ties Anderson Silva's UFC record with his 16th consecutive win. Islam also became just the 11th UFC fighter to win a championship belt in 2 different weight classes, doing it in both the lightweight and welterweight divisions. The win moved Islam to 17-1 in the UFC, 28-1 overall. He also said after the match he would like to fight Usman next. Why? I don't know why, but that's a whole nother story. Usman's not the same fighter he once was. But hey, Usman's been kicking some butt over the last couple of fights. After Jake Paul's fight with Tank Davis was canceled due to Davis's arrest on domestic violence charges, Paul's camp pivoted. And boy, did he pivot. And he will now face and fight Anthony Joshua in Miami, December 19th. Joshua is 6'6" and fought at the 252-pound weight. Paul is 6'1", and at his heaviest, he fought at 227 versus Mike Tyson last year. Joshua will by far be the most dangerous opponent Paul has ever faced, and it will not be an exhibition fight, but a traditional heavyweight fight. The fight will have 8 rounds, yes, 3-minute rounds, and both fighters will wear 10-ounce gloves, not the standard for heavyweight fights. We'll get into the Jake Paul fight first. I want to get into the co-main event and the main event. We could talk about the other fight too, but
can we talk about the fight in the crowd first?
Well, I will say this. I know 3 guys from Long Island that were a part of that fight. So, boy, oh boy, that was just embarrassing.
Were they on Team McGregor or Team Khabib? Like, what team were they on?
I don't know. I think it was just an all-out brawl, and to me, I don't think it had anything to do with Khabib or McGregor after it. I think it just started like that, and then it ended like, oh, I hate you. I'm going to kick the hell out of you. And by the way, security was horrible over there. And that's, I will say about Madison Square Garden. Say whatever you want with the certain times, and I've been with the Rangers, and things happen after the Ranger playoff games. Security has a problem protecting the fans, and they've had this problem for a very, very long time. And I would say James Dolan should understand that there should be more security, not just at UFC fights, throughout these big events that they have, playoff events. There has to be more protection for the fans and some of the people that are there paying big money to go and see the fights, or big money to go watch Ranger games or basketball games for the Knicks. That's something that Madison Square Garden needs to figure out. I think there's not enough security there, and you have all these self-proclaimed MMA fighters or guys that they think are the toughest SOBs in the world. And you saw what happened on national, pay-per-view television. You see a brawl happen on, right in front of the fans, and it's just embarrassing. And Dana White, after the fights, came out and apologized. I don't think you can apologize for what happened and the breakout of fight. And it took forever to stop. You would think. And I've seen this before, and I've been to UFC fights, but I've also been to Bellator fights. You see fights, and the skirmish usually ends very quickly. This did not end very quickly. It looked like a Mike Tyson fight. That's what it looked like. I don't know if you remember the Mike Tyson brawl that happened in, all out in the audience, but it wasn't as bad as that because there were chairs being thrown and everybody was fighting on all different directions. It was one area of the ring. But I mean, there's no excuse for that embarrassment. There really isn't. I don't care if you're a McGregor fan. I don't care if I don't care who you're rooting for. This is an event. You go to an event to enjoy the fights, not be the fight. And that's what broke out. It was just an absolute skirmish of just stupidity. The UFC needs to fine and keep these guys outside of these fights. This is an embarrassment, really a big embarrassment. But let's get away from that. Let's get to the fights. And Makhachev is a sensational fighter, a boring fighter. Islam is a boring fighter. And Jack Della, I call him Jack Della. I'll call him Jack. But Jack was going into a fight where he's just walking into a guy that's going to take you down and dominate the fight. There were a lot of kicks being thrown, and I think Magdalena was just getting kicked all over his legs, being dominated. And then when he wanted, and I'll say this, Islam, when he wanted to take him down at will, he took him down at will, and he just dominated him on the ground. And it was expected. Islam is one of the best ground and pound fighters in mixed martial arts. These Russian fighters know how to dominate and completely control you on the ground. And you saw it. There was nothing more to say about that fight, but comparing him to Anderson Silva, I don't know about that. Anderson Silva is one of the best Brazilian jiu-jitsu fighters we've ever seen, one of the best stand-up fighters we've ever seen in UFC history. Islam is not one of those guys. Makhachev is not a guy. And by the way, when anybody tries to compare fighters in the past and compare fighters to the future of what the mixed martial arts world is going to be, I'm not going to compare a guy that is going to take you down at will. And there are 3 guys right now in the UFC that just do that. And Islam is one of them. He is a great wrestler. All-around fighter, I wouldn't consider him. If he fights Usman, I think this is going to be now complete domination. Usman can't fight wrestlers. He's not very good at fighting wrestlers. Now he's going to get into an octagon with one of the greatest wrestlers we've seen. It doesn't make any sense why he wants to fight Usman. Usman is not the same fighter he was as a dominant fighter 4 years ago, 3 years ago. He's a good fighter. He's not a fighter that I'm looking forward to fight Islam in the next fight. So that I would say about that. So Jake, I'll let you guys go into this fight first and your thoughts to the Islam fight in Magdalena. It wasn't one of those fights that I could say, wow, this was a great one. This was a fight that honestly was as boring as we expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, like you said, Errol. I mean, JDM, he tried, but he just couldn't break the grip of Islam the whole time. He did do a great job again defending the submission attempts. I don't think Islam had a single one because Jack was constantly fighting them, and it seemed like Craig Jones had him well prepared for that. But again, whenever he tried to stand up, it was always like too late into the round, and by then the round was over. I think they said that at the end of the fight, Islam had 19 minutes of control time on the ground, which is it's unbelievable. I mean, he only had about 6 minutes of time on the feet where he wasn't getting controlled, and Islam just put it on JDM. And I was kind of a little bit disappointed in JDM. I thought he was going to do better than that. It seemed like he almost similar to the DDP Chimaev fight, where it was kind of like he was just hoping to fight the submissions and, just try to buck up and get out of those takedowns. Like he did a lot of good jobs in scramble and trying to scramble and getting into different holds and avoiding submissions, but he couldn't, break Islam's grip and he couldn't get away from him. So again, we kind of is what's to be expected. And it just shows how dominant Islam Makhachev is, going right up to welterweight and pretty much just walking through JDM. And now he's the new welterweight champion. So, you got to give a big congratulations to Islam Makhachev, even though, again, not the most interesting fight, but a dominant performance, fantastic. And really with this undercard, so many great welterweight fights. And even though I know you said that Kamaru Usman's not quite what he was the one guy who was able to stick it with Hamza Chimaev and get up from those takedowns, and he wouldn't let him take him down. So I would be intrigued for that fight, even though his knees are a little bit shot and he's older in age. He's looking for a title shot. He had a great win over Joaquin Buckley. So I'm excited for that fight. I'd really love to see Shavkat Rakhmonov. That's who I'd love to see fight Islam Makhachev, but he's been away for so long at this point. So who knows now? And I don't really know what his injury history is and what's going on with him. And of course, next week we have Bilal Muhammad versus Ian Gary. And if Ian Gary is to have a dominant win, I think he will be in line next. Of course, there is always that Ilya Topuria fight, but I think that's probably more down the road towards the White House card. So there's a lot of interesting things. Carlos Prates, obviously. Michael Morales had a huge knockout. So there's plenty of things to come, but again, dominant win for Islam, and it seems like we just got all we can hope for is that he gets a competitive fight in the future. That's all we can really hope for. But congratulations to Islam, huge win.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's a boring fight, but a great fight, like in the way you want to look at it. Like boring as a casual fan, but like as somebody that knows what he's gonna do, just not only how good he is, how technical, and how he can, as soon as you can't really do anything. And you kind of knew what that is gonna be when he kind of came into the fight, what it was gonna see if JDM could counter and get out and see if he could try and land something and do something with it. The Usman is kind of interesting, and I've gotten to know him because he wrestled here in Nebraska at Kearney and under Travell, who's at Nebraska and was an Olympian. But he's almost 40 now. Had some injuries, had a couple rough patches, had a good win last, but it'll be interesting to see. I think he gets one more shot at it. That's probably his last one, if I'm being honest. He's kind of ran his course, and I think he's towards the tail end of it. But yeah, it was a fight we expected, but you'd like to see a little bit more fireworks. But we've come to kind of been like, all right, this camp, you know what you're going to get from these guys, and it's so like good and technical when you like break it down to like X's and O's of what it is. You're just like, they're just so good. Like they don't have to press. They just are really good at what they do. And it's boring to the casual fan that wants to see a Bo Nickel fucking KO and all that stuff, which is obviously exciting. That dude might still not know where he's at, by the way. So
yeah, he's still growing into the sport. So like that was a good finish by Bo Nickel. But yeah, like Jabba, like you said, I mean, it seemed kind of like JD, like obviously he has that big wide boxer stance, and Islam took advantage of that. He hit him with those calf kicks early, and it seemed like Jack, as you got to like round 3 and 4, he was grimacing a lot. He was kind of compromised. His coaches were yelling at him like, "You got to open up, you got to go for it." And it just kind of seemed like
he couldn't though, because what do? You chop down a tree. Where do you go?
Yeah, no, I mean he was compromised pretty much after round 3. I'd say like it just seemed like not that he quit, but like he didn't have anything to push off of anymore. His legs were so destroyed. So
that's what wrestlers do. That's what wrestlers do. They chop at you until they can take you down, and once they take you down, and they know they can control you on the ground, and that's what Islam did. Jack Dillon is a guy that is going to stand up with you. He's going to try to knock you out, and as soon as you control the one thing that he's strong at, and you can do the things that he can't do on the ground, which everybody expected. I don't think anybody was doubting Islam's talent. He can go and dominate you on the ground. He could dominate anybody. If Islam wants to fight in the middleweight division, if he wants to fight in the light heavyweight division, he could, because of his tactical wrestling and what he can do on the ground. He's one of the best tactical wrestlers we have ever seen. So I'm not surprised that he dominated the fight. And I mean, he dominated. When you look at the points, I mean, I'm looking at the scores right now, 50-45. That's domination. I mean, 5 points. I mean, that's as domination.
Yeah, every judge had it the same scorecard, 50-45, unanimous decision. All the same. Islam at every round.
I'm looking at it right now. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. And
yeah,
and again,
the only thing that I thought that why this would be a little bit more competitive a fight is Islam was coming up as a lightweight, and look, obviously it showed now he was killing himself to cut down that weight. So he looked big, he looked strong in this fight. So it really didn't. It looks like 170 is his weight class, his natural weight class, because he looked a lot happier, he looked a lot faster, he looked a lot better. Honestly, just because he wasn't draining himself to go down to 55. So it seems like that's his weight.
I think he'll stay at that weight because he knows he can dominate at that weight class. And there's a lot of good fighters in that weight class. He's dominating at the 155, and he will eventually, like you said, there's a good chance that White House fight could be something that everybody's looking forward to. And maybe he cuts down to 155 to get that opportunity to fight a guy that has been as dominated as he's been since he's come into the UFC. But Islam is the best tactical, I believe, wrestler in mixed martial arts. And that's crazy to say because there's quite a few of them that are really, really good. But he is the best. And you can see why everybody talks about this kid being as dominant as he's been. I mean, look at his record. He's 17-1 as a UFC fighter. I mean, the last time we've seen a record of this magnitude was, I'll say that, John Jones. John Jones has lost one fight and it was a disqualification. when we go back and we look at what Islam has
I was
done.
at that fight.
I'm sorry?
I was at that fight.
I remember.
He
I
had a
remember
knee down and elbow to the top of the head.
I remember that fight. I could say this about Islam. When you watch him, it's not just about his tactical ability and what he can do on the ground. It's the way he dominates you on the ground, and he doesn't give you any chance to breathe. And when you watch Dak, and he was trying to squirm and he's trying to get out of certain things, he got him in half guard. He was trying to pull out and trying to control his hands or trying to get out of the grip. It's almost physically impossible when you watch a dominant wrestler of this magnitude, Islam, the way he can defend and put pressure on you when he gets on top of you to get his grip off of you. His grip is so strong and so powerful. It's like putting bricks on your hands and all these bricks on your hands and trying to get your hands free from it. It's almost impossible. And you saw the dominating ability that this guy has. Now, to the undercard. Oh, I'm not the undercard. The second main event, Valentina and Zhang. Zhang has not been the same fighter. She really hasn't been the same fighter in a very, very long time. And now she wins fights, but you can see, Valentina could be on the tail end of her career. And we all know how good Valentina is. And a lot of people believe eventually she's going to retire. She has to retire eventually. I think there's a couple of fights that people want to see, and it could happen. Somebody coming back from retirement, that's been the conversation after her next fight. So we'll see. I'm not going to mention any names because we got to see if that'll ever happen. But Valentina dominated Zhang. I don't think there's anything about Valentina could go down as the greatest woman fighter of all time. And a lot of people, technically, she is the greatest technical fighter we've ever seen. Muay Thai, wrestler, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu artist. I mean, stand-up kickboxer. I mean, I don't know about boxer because there's somebody that just came back from retirement that couldn't, beg to differ on that. But I'm talking about Nunes. I want to see Amanda Nunes and Valentina fight again. I'm interested to see if that'll ever happen. Amanda Nunes has a fight coming up I want to see, and people want to see. If she comes out the winner, we might see the Valentina fight because I think Valentina would oblige her and actually fight her. But I think what Valentina has done for mixed martial arts and women mixed martial arts has really taken mixed martial arts to another level. And I think what she brings to the table is not just technical type of fighting. It's just what she can do as a fan favorite and what she brings. She went overseas for 4 years to train in Muay Thai. I mean, for somebody to really give her life to mixed martial arts and what she has done for mixed martial arts is incredible. And Dana White said it best after the fight against Zhang. He said that it's not the person, it's the fighter within. And she's a fighter. There's nothing more to say anything about Valentina is that she is what you want in fighting and women fighting in the future. And you want to see that for all the next champion fighters coming up in all the different weight classes. If you have Valentina's heart, you'll have a chance to be a champion in multiple different weight classes. And congratulations to Valentina. I don't know how many fights she has left. I want to see that Amanda Nunes. They fought a long time ago. I'd love to see Valentina and Amanda Nunes too. That would be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think she's obviously proved that she's arguably, if she's not number one, she's definitely number two, right behind Amanda. And that's an interesting point, Errol. I didn't think about that because I remember back, I think it was 319 UFC. It was Kayla when she beat Juliana Pena. She was talking about she wanted to fight Amanda Nunes, and they even did the square off for bantamweight. But going back to maybe flyweight, that'd be interesting to see how the rematch of Valentina, the potential number one versus the number two, because I know coming into this fight, a lot of people were hyping up that this could be potentially the best ever women's fight of all time, because you had Zhang Weili, who was dominant champion at 115, and moving up, deciding I'm going to go try to pursue and be this second ever woman to win two titles in two divisions. But as much as we were just talking about Islam, where he looked great at 170, Wei Li, she just looked like way too tiny. And you could just see the size discrepancy between Valentina and Zhang. Because as much as we talked about how Islam just put his hands on JDM and he just held him there, it was almost like 10 times worse that for Valentina against Wei Li. Wei Li, she couldn't get off of Valentina. I thought that Wei Li was going to try to use her speed advantage and just stay away from Valentina, pick and pop, pick her moments.
Wasn't Wei Li the one that lost against Rose twice? Wasn't she the one?
Yeah, she did. But other than that, she had gotten her title back and not avenged.
I know, but I don't think she's ever been the same fighter since then. I really don't. I think she was so dominant. She was so dominant going into those fights. Nobody thought that anybody had a chance against her. And when Rose beat her not once but twice, I know she's been dominating the weight class ever since that the second fight that she lost against Rose. But I don't think there's anybody in that weight class that really could have challenged her. And that's why she moved up in that weight class to fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting because the thing that I thought was strange was she just pretty much destroyed Tatiana Suarez, and they were hyping her up as this big time wrestler, and she pretty much
one of the most overrated fighters.
Well, I'm just saying, but coming into the fight, they were saying that she had a good chance against Wei Li, but Wei Li did whatever she wanted to her, and then like you said, like it seemed like other than Mackenzie Dern, but even then in her fight, she said if she didn't think she could beat Wei Li at this point yet, so she got a easier opponent, and now she's the champion. But I think the opening odds, I mean, you don't know what Wei Li's going to do yet. She's already like a minus 400 favorite if she was to go back to 115 because it seemed like she was the kingpin of that division, and she wanted a challenge to move up to fight someone like Valentina Shevchenko. So it kind of puts her in a weird spot because it's like, yeah, maybe she doesn't really need to go back because she's already proved she can run roughshod over that division, but I don't know if she should stay at 125 because it seemed like Valentina, again, she's one of the greatest women's fighters of all time, but she pretty much just outclassed her the whole fight. So I don't really know if it's what the move for her is. It's kind of a weird spot to be in.
Yeah, it's you guys kind of basically hit the nail on the head. It's if you go down, what do you do? And I mean, obviously Shevchenko, she just basically dictated what she was going to do the whole match. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. Because once you've accomplished that, you did challenge yourself, like go back down. I mean, I don't foresee it happening. So it's like, do I stay here and see what happens? Or, I mean, it's just an amazing, just that difference in weight, how much it can affect you and how, crazy that it changes so quick in the game of the fight game. So she, like you said, she's just been kind of in a weird predicament.
Yeah, Job. What was weird about that was because obviously they're not letting people do double champions really anymore. Because at least when Volkanovski fought Islam Makhachev, he was still the featherweight champion, so he was allowed to go back down and defend his title. But now for Wei Li, she'd relinquished her title, so it's like, okay, do you just put her right back up against Mackenzie Dern, or does she stay at 125 and try to work back up to Valentina? It's a weird case. Like same with Islam. If he had lost his fight to JDM, does he just go right back down to challenge Ilia Topuria? But he doesn't have that problem. So Wei Li, it's going to be weird to see, but yeah, who knows?
And then there was the Michael Morales. You said it, and Sean Brady. I will say this was the best fight on the card as far as because I know because it was a knockout, and a lot of people watching these fights, even though they were technically sound, and you like to watch wrestling and ground and pound, and that's something But Morales knocking out Brady. Brady was to me the favorite to winning the fight. I mean, Brady's up and coming contender, and everybody was saying, "Oh, this guy is going to be the next big superstar for the UFC," and then he walks into Morales and Morales knocks him out. And it's to me, that's what makes mixed martial arts so fun to watch is something that you don't expect to happen. And it was surprising. You saw it, from the guys, the ring announcers on the sidelines when the knockout came. I think the fact is when you think about matchups and technically sound matchups and you try to match these guys, the UFC for years have had problems putting good matchups against one another because I just think there's not enough good fighters right now in mixed martial arts and in the UFC. And when Morales, everybody, I think if you were a betting man, you had Brady winning this fight either by knockout or decision. And the way Morales, and honestly, I got to give Morales a little bit more credit. I think Morales has an opportunity now to maybe if he wins another fight to be a title contender. And it's pretty incredible how Beatty was right there to be the next big thing, and now he drops and Morales moves up, and if he wins another big fight, he's the contender just because of a knockout. It's incredible, and that's the thing about mixed martial arts that you love, and it's so crazy how one guy can drop from behind the contender and jump right all the way up from one fight and be a contender for that weight class. So congratulations to Morales. I thought that was the fight of the card, and I think that was fight of the night.
I might just slightly disagree. I think it is a great Errol, but I mean, Carlos Prates on Leon Edwards for me, I think that has to go for. I mean, it was just unbelievable. If you looked at Prates when he had Leon on his back, he stood up there, he's getting hit in the face, and he's just looking at straight at the camera like he is unbothered, didn't give it a you know what, and then he just straight jab knocks Leon on his ass. So honestly, like you said, like maybe it's one more fight for each of them. I think that would be a hell of a matchup right there.
But
Maybe
Leon Edwards, he hasn't been the same fighter since he's been the champion. And now,
I mean, after he lost his title, lose to Bilal, he got submitted by Sean Brady, and this was the first time he's ever been TKO'd, even just knocked out or finished by a knockout by Carlos Prates. So yeah, it's not a great skid for Leon. But, maybe he can, he's still somewhat kind of young. Maybe he can try to pull it together, but it's not a great sign. But there's a lot of young, hungry contenders in that welterweight division. So I'm excited to see what they do in the coming months.
All right. I want to finish up with this Jake Paul fight. And I left the best for last because I think Jake Paul is absolutely out of his effing mind. All right. You have to be the dumbest marketer, and I'll say this, he is a marketing sensation. The guy knows how to make money. You do not, and I repeat, you do not, and I understand Anthony Joshua is not the same fighter. That's fine. This is a 6'6", 250-pound monster who has knocked out some of the best heavyweights in the world. And you're going to go in a month's time in the ring. And I don't think Anthony Joshua cares. Anthony Joshua could eat himself out of a house and home. And Jake Paul could be in the best shape of his life and doesn't stand a chance against this guy. First of all, you're going to fight with 10-ounce gloves in a heavyweight. You're fighting. It's not an exhibition fight. This is a real fight. And unless Anthony Joshua is going to get paid off to lose this fight, and I don't think Anthony Joshua will be laughed at if he loses his fight against Jake Paul. I expect this to be a first or second round knockout easily. Jake Paul does not know how to fight. He's never fought a big heavyweight boxer like this. This is a guy that throws heavy jabs and throws an absolute monster left hook. I mean, I don't think he stands a chance. And if Jake Paul lasts around in this fight, I give him credit. I mean, this is ridiculous. To me, this is a mockery of boxing. When you see, and Joshua should be ashamed of himself because I would have rather seen Nagano fight against him because this is an ex-UFC fighter trying to box, and that would have been more interesting. But to see this, I mean, this hurts boxing. I really do, and I think this is a mockery. Anthony Joshua, you better knock him out in the first round. You better knock him out and teach Jake Paul a little bit of a lesson that you don't challenge a heavyweight fighter. You don't challenge a real professional boxer at your own game. This is by far the best fighter he's ever fought against. It's not even close. And to fight Tank Davis, I think that made more sense because he's like 70 pounds or 60 pounds heavier than him. This guy is 30 pounds heavier than him at his best day. And this guy throws heavy punches. So Jake Paul doesn't stand a chance in this fight. I think he's out of his mind. That's all I'm going to say about that. Look at that. Come on, guys. Watch Anthony Joshua. Dude, he's throwing jabs that can knock you out. All right.
Yeah, Errol. So wait, I know that originally Jake Paul was going to fight Gervonta Davis. I believe it's like at the end of this year, but he got
Yes.
some legal problems, so that's off now. I think Nate Diaz said he was going to take his spot, and they're going to have a rematch when they already.
Yeah.
So is that fight still on? And now this is later down the road. He wants to fight Anthony Joshua.
They're
Is that
saying
what's-
December 19th, Anthony
And
Joshua.
he's still going to fight Nate Diaz, or is this in place of that?
I think this is what I'm reading here is he's fighting Anthony Joshua. December
Yeah,
19th.
Anthony Joshua's the only one.
Okay, all right. I was going to say because that's unbelievable if he's going to fight two. How do you? So yeah, he goes from one of the greatest, I guess younger or lighter weight boxers to a former heavyweight boxer. I did see that there was, I think, a clause for Anthony Joshua that he can't go above 265 pounds. I believe. Yeah, no, but I mean, I don't know how. I know Jake Paul is like a bigger guy, and I actually do give him credit for this for not having this be an exhibition fight, and it's actually going to be a sanctioned real fight.
You know why he's doing that, right? Because if
credibility,
if he beats Anthony Joshua and knocks him out, he's going to say, "I just knocked out at one point the heavyweight champion of the world," and he's going to say, "Okay, where's Canelo? Where's this?" This would be huge for him and his marketing scheme. I'm going to tell you, if Anthony Joshua gets paid off to lose this fight, this is an embarrassment to boxing.
If he does, if he does, just let's hypothetically, what do you think that number would be for him to like make sense?
I'm going to tell you this. I would put a little bit of shekels on Jake Paul in this fight, just for the sake of doing it.
Don't be saying that, Errol. He's gonna come sue you. He come accuse him of his
I'm
fight.
just saying, put a couple of shekels on Jake Paul in this fight, because I wouldn't be surprised if Anthony Joshua loses this fight because of a couple of, 40 or 50 million that says, hey, you know what? I'm 40 or 50 million dollars richer, and I'm going to make the most money I've ever made off a fight, a heavyweight fight in my career. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm telling you guys, you don't think that Anthony Joshua would throw this fight? I think he would. I think there's a lot of money, there's a lot of shekels to say that he would. If you're a betting man, bet Jake Paul in this fight, because I think the number is ridiculous when it comes to Joshua winning this fight. I think it's like a minus 2,000, okay, that he knocks out Jake Paul in the first 3 rounds. So I don't know what the number is. What is the number right now in Vegas? I think somebody better look that up, because I think the numbers are ridiculous right now.
Hey, you got a couple zeros to his fight purse. He might take a dive.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Never know.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think Anthony Joshua has ever made $50 million on a fight. I don't think he's ever made $50 million. So what is the number right now when it comes to this fight on Vegas? It's very simple. You can Google it, guys. It'll pop right up on your face what it is right now. You got it, Fish? There it is. It is, what is it?
I'm saying that Jake Paul says he's currently a
minus 1450.
Yeah, he's currently a plus 770 underdog.
I'm buying into that. I'm buying into that. I'm putting 50 on it. I'm putting 50 on Jake Paul in this fight. 100%. This is an absolute slam dunk, guys. And here's it. And if you're a prop bettor, I would say that Jake Paul he gets out of the first 2 rounds of this fight, because I could see Anthony Joshua absolutely throwing this fight. I can see it. I can absolutely see it. You're a betting man, bet it. I'm going to do it. $50. Why not? It's $50. I could be 50. What is if I win this fight 50 on minus 1450? What is that? What do I win on that? Does anybody have the math on that? What do I get?
Are you taking Joshua?
No, I'm taking Jake. $385.
Yeah,
so
it's just half. So like plus is like, so it was plus 7, whatever it was. You just cut that in half, because it's all bet upon like $100.
All right, so I'll bet on Paul, and I'll win myself for 50. What is it? $775. Is that what you're saying, Speedy? So I get $700.
You get half of that if you bet 50.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. So I get half of it. So I get $385. Thank you, Jarrett. So I put 100 on it. I get double that amount. So I get $700 and something. I'm gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. Why not?
I don't know. I think it smells kind of fishy, like you say. I'm staying away from that. I'm staying away from those bets. I don't want no part of that.
Oh, Jake, I thank you for joining us. I think it's great that you join us every single time. You're one of our interns. You're our UFC extraordinaire, and I like your takes. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Makhachev is one of those guys that you love to watch technically, but just can't stand watching him win every single time, because this guy, I just don't know who's going to beat him. And even if he goes down to 155 for the White House, I think that's a good fight. But I mean, his wrestling skills are just so much better than everybody else's. It's just ridiculous. So it's going to be fun. It'll be fun. And I'm interested to see that lineup, because they're saying this is the greatest card we're ever going to see. Well, John Jones coming out of retirement, is that great to watch? And do I want to see him fight Pereira, or do I want to see him fight the guy that he's been ducking and weaving? Okay, because to me, that's what I want to see. I want to see the ducking and weaving. I don't want to see Pereira, because I think he matches up very well against Pereira. I think it would be best to fight against the guys that have said that he's been ducking and weaving him for the last 3 or 4 years. So anyways, Jake, we appreciate you, man.
Yep. Thanks, fellas. Good seeing you.
Jake, ladies and gentlemen, great UFC personality. I mean, great UFC extraordinaire, great personality. He knows his mixed martial arts. And Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua, shekels, ladies and gentlemen. Put it all on Paul, because there's something smells a little fishy on this fight. It smells very, very fishy if somebody's going to throw the fight. That's just me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our final segment of the night, we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news flow. We got a big broadcast to do here.
We're about to dial it up.
This makes my pecker hard.
Right, guys, welcome back to
Another
Double It
toe job.
Up, everyone's favorite lightning round sports news segment. And we're going to start it off today. Errol hasn't seen the story yet, but I bet you can guess what we're about to talk about. Oh, the great former All-Pro wide receiver Antonio Brown facing 30 years in jail. Get this. They had to extradite Antonio Brown from Dubai, where he apparently fled to after the shooting back in May. He left there sometime in June. He posted bond to get out. Basically what happened, according to the report, he got into a fist fight with the victim at some point earlier in the night. Then later in the night, grabbed a security guard's gun and fired 2 shots at the guy, grazing his neck. Brown, on the other hand, claims that he used his own gun and was trying to defend himself from people trying to rob him of jewelry. Brown has been vocal about his innocence in the months since, but now needs to convince a Florida court system whose standards are quite different than that of Twitter and Instagram. Errol, dial it up!
Throw him in behind bars and throw away the keys. I mean, this guy is out of his freaking mind. Every single story that I've heard behind the scenes about this particular shooting, him taking shots at it and pulling the gun from the security guard, I mean, it's just absolutely pathetic. Antonio Brown has mental issues. He's got anger issues. Remember when a couple of years ago when he locked himself in a house and the police were trying to get him out of there? And he doesn't. The only thing that I've heard about him over the years is that he's somewhat of a good dad, but he doesn't treat women right. He doesn't treat teammates right. He's out of his friggin' mind. As much money as he's made as a football player is as much money as he's lost outside of the football field. The guy is out of his friggin' mind. Get rid of him. Like I said, first thing I said during this take the key and throw it away. This guy is nuts. 30 years, throw him for life. He almost killed somebody. I don't care what he did, trying to steal. You're the face of when you're one of the faces of the NFL over the years as a wide receiver, you have to understand that you don't do things on and off the field that would get you into trouble. This guy every single time gets himself into trouble, and he's been the face of just humility. I think he's an idiot. Throw away the kid.
Yeah, it's all added up over a span of really since he got traded from the Steelers. All the issues that he had with the Raiders, all the issues that he had with the Buccaneers, obviously storming off the field. We knew there was a case of him being crazy, and now he's taking it to really just homicidal level. It's really sad to think that these innocent victims are being harmed because of his incompetence and him being messed up in so many ways. You talked about it, like he literally broke into a locked house, a big house with not just a little gun, like a hunting rifle or something like that. And that's all of a sudden not even the last thing there. There's more things here. He's getting arrested in these foreign countries. It's all just added up over time. I agree. I do not want to hear this guy ever being released on any terms ever again.
All right, let's move on to the next story. Antonio Brown is down for the count, but I got somebody else for you. You're going to want to... I don't know why it's not loading up the way I want it to. Let me bring it down. We're going to bring it to our boy, Mr. Bronny, in a second. If I can get this to work. Here we go. There he is. LeBron, Bronny. Errol, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the NBA.
I have.
But my God, they've started Bronny James a couple of times now. I'm sure you're not surprised he was terrible. He scored 0 points in 10 minutes, missed both his shots. I think he had 1 assist. They only let him play 10 minutes even though he started. At the same time as this was happening, LeBron was playing in the G League, rehabbing from his injury. Despite Bronny's stats, the Lakers and Luka have been excellent, racing out to a 10-4 start early in the season. But it feels like the world is upside down with Bronny playing these minutes. LeBron's going to come back soon. They don't play the same position. I think the big question as we get into the season, Errol, how many minutes is Bronny going to take from real NBA players? And is this going to hurt them in the long run? Double it up!
Embarrassment. The Lakers should be ashamed of himself. I don't know why he's still on this roster. He should be playing in the G League with his father. It's an embarrassment. It really is an embarrassment to basketball. He is the worst player that's starting right now in the NBA. He could be the worst player I've ever seen get drafted and make the money that he's made over the years coming from the second round. I can name, we talk about, obviously, Jokic being a second-round draft pick, Mitchell Robinson being a second-round draft pick. These guys are actually dominating players at their position. This guy is the worst at his position. When he was starting, his first starting game as an NBA player, 0 assists, 0 points, 0 rebounds, and he had I don't even know how many shots. I think he had 7 or 8 shots. He's horrible. He's inconsistent, and he shouldn't be in the NBA. Shame on the NBA. Shame on the LJA for letting this guy break through as a starter in the NBA. An embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, he's not an NBA player. He should still be in college right now. He should be going into his junior year at USC right now. He had some potential. He was getting better as a player. He has good instincts on the court. He's a smart player like his dad, but he's not a great athlete. He's not a good shooter right now. There's no NBA skill that he really possesses right now. There's a decent IQ on the court. He's a 6'2" unathletic guard. Those guys don't make it in the NBA. He's there because they're worried LeBron's not happy that they're moving on to Luka Doncic right now, and they're trying to appease him. It's as simple as that. It's just pure nepotism. It's pure trying to appease your star players, which is what the NBA oftentimes is all about.
I love it. All right, let's move on. Next story, we're going to go to college football, Errol. And I don't know if you caught this one, but this was one of the most wild comebacks. But in the middle of the game, after a South Carolina touchdown, the guy runs into the end zone and through the tunnel. His name was Nick Harbor, 80-plus yard touchdown.
I saw this.
He gets into the end zone. He's pulling at the hamstring, trying to ease up. As he's going back, a police officer with a cowboy hat on comes at him and literally throws a shoulder at him and does the old turnaround. Hey, what'd you do? I assume that's what they sound like in Texas. So, my question, guys, they relieved him of his duties immediately, mid-game, because everyone saw it. It was ugly and it was stupid. But the incident, as you know, became something that was talked about by LeBron James on social media, by Stephen A. Smith on his show, which is now on Fox Sports, or Fox News rather, and whatever other station he's on. It's becoming a story because of the perceived racial nature of the incident, regardless of the story. This one is one of the weirdest ones I've seen in a long time. And then immediately after that, Texas A&M went on this crazy comeback to win. I don't even know where to begin with this one. Errol, dial it up.
Okay. Now, I don't know the background and the political end of this, and I don't want to get into the politic end of it like Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James. Everybody seems to go into the politic views of this. What I do know is that security guard, that cop, should never be allowed to go to a college football game again. You don't walk into a player, as far as I'm concerned, you apologize for what you did. Instead, he's yelling at the player, and the player really didn't say anything to him. I didn't see him say really one thing. He turned back around and started walking. To me, college football and professional sports should be protecting their players. I said this about the UFC, and I'll say it again about what goes on the football field. There's got to be more security. There's got to be more protection. And the security guards hitting players or pushing players or saying things derogatory to players is a disgrace. And the NCAA should be going through these guys' backgrounds before they let them on the football field and check it and do a background check on these guys, because obviously this wasn't innocent. This was, to me, intentional. You could see it in the guy's face. You could see it in the security guard's face, or whatever, the cop's face when he was speaking to the player. It's an embarrassment. It's a mockery. The NCAA needs to do a little bit more research on who they put on the field that are protecting the players and protecting the fans out there.
Regardless of what that cop was trying to do, the optics are horrendous. Like, it was so bad that once it was replayed, they had to fire him within minutes. It was that bad. So, was it a racial thing? Maybe. I would say a more likely thing was just a guy trying to be tough and trying to show who's boss because he can use power because he's got a badge,
that's what I'm
he's got
saying.
a gun.
That's what I'm saying. It's too many politics. And
It's too many things, right?
There's too much stuff going on outside, all the arguing. And Jabba, you know this, you're an ex-athlete. If somebody did that to you on a baseball field, and obviously we've seen things happen on a baseball field. We've seen Bryce Harper. Remember that whole skirmish over there with the Nationals and that story, how it broke in the dugout? The problem right now in professional sports and college sports is there has to be some kind of background checks on these guys before they protect, these players and future stars in professional leagues. I think there's got to be more in-depth look before they get a chance to protect these guys.
I don't know Texas, but I know there's background checks to be on any type of law enforcement, whether it's local, if it's city, state, that like there is here in Nebraska. I know that.
So I wanted to do this one because I have to tell you a story. It reminded me of something that happened. I'm 23 years old. First thing I do out of college, I'm coaching 5, 6, 7-year-old tackle football. And I take this team on the road, which is hard enough as it is, right? And I go to play some other school or other town rather, and their officials aren't letting like plays happen. They're like 13-year-old kids, so I just start blowing the whistle. I'm like, they're not set. Restart the play. I have this guy who looked just like this police officer run onto the field and try to tough talk me. And I'll never forget it. He was like an inch taller than me. He goes, "My name's Conrad Fitzpatrick, and I'm going, you said hell, I'm going to have you thrown out of this league." So I was like, "What the hell are you guys doing? Like, we got to blow the whistle." I said it like that. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to have you thrown out of the league." I'm like, "Well, you're breaking the rules." Like, "Oh, I'm the head of the board." I'm like, it doesn't matter if you do background checks, Errol. The guys that are the worst are at the top. And I found that out in 5, 6, 7-year-old football. Just imagine what it's like when there's real stakes going on, man. And I'm telling you, people get ugly. I'm assuming this guy's one of the ugliest. I got a really fun story for you next, though. You're going to love this. This is a couple of our favorites, Draymond Green and Angel Reese, because a fan starts getting into it with LeBron. I'm sorry, with Draymond, calling him Angel Reese from the sidelines. And in fact, it was so aggravating to I keep wanting to call him LeBron, to Draymond, that he goes over in the middle of foul shots and tries to chest bump this guy and tough talk him, cursing him out. This was during a foul on Herb Jones. Now, apparently, he kept calling him Angel Reese because he kept missing shots and getting his own rebounds. But the funny part is even better. He says that I can't allow that to happen. He called me a woman. It was a good joke at first, but you can't keep calling me a woman. Okay. The fan said he called him Angel Reese because he was missing easy shots, getting his own rebounds. As you know, she gets criticized for what she then coined into her own shirt, me bounds. Errol, how are we doing with old Draymond these days? Dial it up!
It seems like every time Draymond Green has something to say, it's usually on his podcast. But when he's on a basketball court, his game doesn't do the talking anymore. It's his mouth that continues to shed a lot of gray hairs. And I will say this, I could care less what the fans are saying. You're making millions and millions of dollars. I could call you Angel Reese. I could call you Suge McKnight. I could call you Nugget Killer. I could call you Dirty Nugget or Billy Willy Whopper. I could care less what I call you. You're playing in the NBA or the LJA. You shouldn't care what anybody is calling you, what type of person you are, a girl, a female, a male, whatever the hell you think that you are. Sometimes I wonder if you're a crybaby, a little girl, whatever. The fact here is you're a professional athlete. You're making millions and millions of dollars, and you're playing for a Golden State Warrior team that is expected to make the playoffs and contend for a championship. Stop crying. Stop worrying about what the fans are saying to you, and just play the goddamn game. That's all I'm going to say about somebody like Draymond Green. Draymond Green, don't worry so much what people are saying about you. You're all about the media work. You're all about television and what you're saying on your podcast. And I'm sure you have a lot to say on your podcast about this story. I could care less. Stop being a baby.
It makes you look like an idiot. They're fans. That's what they're supposed to do. Like, if somebody said something to me like that was good, like I would turn around and give them credit. Be like, that was really good. Like, that was awesome. Like, I would interact. That's the best part about it, is because like you interact, and then it's like you catch them off guard, right? Because they're like, oh no, I was just kidding, man. I'm a huge fan. No, you're not, jackass. Like, you just didn't expect me to like talk to you and be like, really, you're making fun of me? Like, you're an old man making fun. Like, I'm a 25-year-old kid. Like, what are we doing here? But like, that's a banter back and forth. Like, you should love that. Like, they're getting so soft where it's embarrassing, really, because you're an athlete. Like you said, you're getting paid millions of dollars, but isn't like, they always say they don't boo anybody. It's the eighth dude on the bench, they ain't calling him a pussy. Like, no, like, take it for a grain of salt. Like, go up to him. Like, I love when Westbrook, like, he did the same thing. He ran out to a dude in the corridor in between. There's usually like a VIP section, like sometimes when they walk in, like the locker room that people are standing at, and he like walked towards him. Like, he takes it over the top sometimes, but then I saw another one. Somebody was giving another dude, and he was like barking at him. He was like, dude, that was awesome. Why'd you get in trouble? He's like, they told me to knock it off or I'm going to kick you out. And he's like, no, that was great. Like, I don't get why people get so butthurt. Now, if it's talking about your family or whatever, that's one thing. But if you're just getting called names or like calling you Angel, like, dude, who cares? Like, make fun of him, but like, sweet hair, like, nice shirt. It's too tight. You wear an extra medium.
That's why I have a lot of respect for Meta World Peace, because he had things thrown at him, and that's why he went after the fans. I mean, could you imagine if somebody was telling Meta all these things? He'd just laugh at you. He would just stare at you and laugh at everything that you say about it. I seen him do it.
I
was
I've
there.
had batteries thrown at me. I've had drinks thrown on me. I've had popcorn. Like, I've had stuff thrown. I mean, you just turn around and laugh. Like, the battery kind of sucked. It didn't get me in the dome. It got me like in the back. It didn't feel great, but I'm like, whatever. Like, you didn't kill me. Like, whatever. Like, I don't care. Like, play around with them. Like, have fun with it, dude. Like, grow up. Like, they're there to watch you to make fun of you. Like, take that as a compliment.
That went over like a fart in church.
All right, last one of the night, guys. And this is one of my favorites. Yeah, I don't think you know where I'm going with this. NCAA hoops announcer Gaff, not a Gaffe, Speedy, which I've heard you pronounce a number of times. In the first half of the Xavier-Iowa early season matchup on FS1.
I heard about this.
It was one of the best Freudian slips in sports ever took place. Color commentator Nick Bahi was trying to be clever, playing upon Iowa junior Alvaro Folgueras, nicknamed El Pulpo, which means octopus in Spanish. And he said testicles were all over the place on that one. El Pulpo may have had his tentacles everywhere, and because he was the Horizon Player of the Year last year for Robert Morris before transferring to Iowa this season. He did have 8 points, 8 boards, and 3 assists and a block shot in the win, and he seems to be a pretty good player. But Errol, I mean, I don't have the audio. I should try to get the audio, but it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my entire life. What are you, at least not in a college basketball game, are there any classics that you could think of when you...
What I will say about this is if you don't know how to pronounce something or you don't know the background of the word in French or even Italian or Spanish, don't say it. I honestly think that there's a lot of people over the years that have said stupid things on live radio or even television that make you wonder if they're actually educated. I'm not Gaff. I don't know him personally, and I'm not going to take shots at what he thought the word meant or the word was going to mean in the argument of whatever he was trying to get. And whatever, an octopus or tentacles or whatever the hell he wants to call it. I'm not using words that I don't understand. I'm not trying to put myself out there where I could really make myself look like a jackass. And, well, you look like a jackass.
Guys, I mean, we can all like talk about times we put our foot in our mouth, you know, saying things that we didn't mean to say.
Or Speedy putting something else in his mouth, right, Speedy?
You know what, Jared? I'll let you do this one since you rewrote it down first. What's the most famous one that you could think of?
To me, it's I believe it was the Reds. Yeah, their play-by-play announcer. Yeah, drops a slur accidentally on the air. Starts giving his long-winded apology and going on and on. And then just a drive into deep left field by Castellanos. Phillies go up 3-0.
In the middle of
I
the
find myself as a
apology.
man of faith and goes right back to the apology.
That one is hilarious. That one was one of the funniest things, and that guy I don't think has worked since.
No chance.
Oh, he was suspended I think in 2022. I don't think they've replaced the TV guy or the radio guy over there.
So you guys are too young to remember this, but Brent Musburger, not you, Errol, and Java, but Brent Musburger was like involved with, well, I think it was AJ McCarron's
model girlfriend, yes.
His girlfriend. And every time they showed her on camera, he would just go, "Oh, that is a beautiful woman."
His wife now. His wife.
I know. His wife. It was just like, all right, Brent, we know she is very beautiful. You guys got anyone's?
I have one right now that ended somebody's career. It was Imus. Imus was on live radio, and he was talking about Connecticut basketball, and he spit out racial things.
It was
that
Rutgers.
He shouldn't.
It was Rutgers.
Was it? You sure it wasn't Connecticut?
It was
Whatever.
The
It was
Rutgers
Rutgers
women's team. Yeah.
It was one of the women's basketball teams. He said something, and he went on this just absolute
nappy-headed hose, wasn't it?
Yeah. He said some interesting stuff. And This guy, Imus, is one of the greatest broadcasters of our time. He's paying you rest in peace. But that ruined his career completely. It completely took away all the respect that people had for him. And even Mike Francesco, who comes out to this day, says that Imus set his career on that trajectory as one of the godfathers of sports radio. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have his career. You always go back on the time that specific thing was said on national radio, and you wonder, all it takes is one thing you say that a great career turns to nothing, and everybody's going to remember that one thing he said from all the great things he's done in his career that changed the sports industry. So Imus was the one that stuck out to me the most.
I would mention one more too, though. The sexual ones, like the ones you were bringing up, Pitcher, those are the ones that always annoy me the most. I think there was a Braves reporter that did it this year. That was checking out was it a fan or was it another sideline reporter? One of them that did that this year. And then as far as the pronunciation itself, like it's also something like as you're a basketball broadcaster, you're like why would you want to squeeze in the word tentacle when you could just say ink or 8 legs or something like that?
Errol, I try to make the sports minutes very creative, and I get myself tongue-tied sometimes as well. And tentacles was a good reference. However, maybe not the best choice in that situation.
If I don't know what I'm speaking about, I'm just not going to say it.
It's also hard to say it that fast and not like say it perfectly.
That's the problem with sports radio is there's a lot of guys in this industry, not mentioning any names, that say things and really don't know what they're saying. And then they go on these tangents to try to clean up what they say. And you're like, I don't understand what you're saying. So
just digging the hole deeper.
They just dig the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. Craig Carton's done many, many times over the years that makes you wonder why he still has a job. But hey, I'm not saying anything. I'm not hurting anybody's feelings here because it seems like every time I do, I get myself into a little bit of trouble. But I want to thank, by the way, Job, I went over the time and I know we got to get it. We got to keep it down. And I know he's a little upset about it. I would apologize to all the fans that are tuning into the show. We went a little bit over the time, but it was a great show. And thank you to, obviously, Dan Purcell for joining us. He was fantastic. He's doing such a great job right now, and we loved him. And thank you to all the fans that tune into us on Apple and Spotify, on the video end, on the audio end, on the YouTube end, Drop in the Mouth, on the X, on the TikTok and Instagram, and on the Facebook, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Keep checking out our articles on Worldwide Sports Radio Network. I'm posting. I got one up on Tyrod Taylor right now. I was posting a bunch of stuff up. Speedy, what are my newest ones that I put up?
You did the Mendoza one.
Mendoza one, yes.
And my favorite one was the New York sports owners. Check that one out. Definitely.
I did. This weekend, I was trying to figure out how could I attack what's going on in New York sports. And I said, you know what? I'm going to put an article together on the ownership of sports.
Yep. And one more to top it off, the great Nico Harrison as well.
And Nico Harrison. That I think everybody will enjoy. Definitely enjoy that one.
You can also check out my venting on Brian Dable and Joe Shane, which I went through.
I'm going to write an article about bald ex-pitchers. And don't be surprised if Jabba's name is being thrown out there in the future of this article. So be aware of my complications of bald pitchers that walk away from the sport of baseball. So, So Jabba might be the lead guy on this story. So, I might attack my fellow co-host on this show. Anyways, that's it for the show. Who do we have on Wednesday?
All right, thanks to Nathan for getting this guy. For Rockies, Yankees, Pirates, and Astros pitcher, and now the head coach of the Trenton Thunder, Sean Chacon, will be joining us.
Oh, Jabba's favorite. That's a good one. That's a slam dunk, hands free. Jabba, you're ready to go. You're ready to go and eat some food. I know you're probably ready to do something. He looks like he's
meditating.
He looks like he's about to rip my head off my body. It looks frozen. I don't know.
No, he's not frozen.
You sure?
Yeah.
It looks a little frozen to me. He's sitting. I see him breathing, so I guess he's not. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on Wednesday. Good night.